That's fine.
Hey guys, sup. Welcome. We have some patch notes to look at. This is very bulky. We have so much to go through. So we're going to do this, and if we have enough time, once we're done, we're going to be going to POE 1. But let's see the changes that await us come Friday, basically. Holy. All right. So where are we? Start fresh in the new economy within the Hunt League. All of your old, or the current league, all of your old characters from, because up until this point, it'd be saying like, you know, content release, major content release. This version they're calling it a league. But it doesn't really have a mechanic in and of itself. That, you know, but in their words, so interesting. All of your old characters from early access launch is still present, but a free passive tree refund has been granted due to the changes. We would highly encourage you to join the new leagues to fully, I mean, makes sense because they did change the entire passive tree, so makes sense. They are standard hardcore solo self-found variations of, you know, Dawn of the Hunt. They have the same core mechanics, yada yada. Added a new playable class, Huntress, Amazon Ritualist Ascendancy, Smith of Kitava Ascendancy for Warrior, Tactician, the Ascendancy who everybody forgets its name, and past this line I'll probably forget the name as well. Lich, 25 new skills, primarily spare skills, 100 new supports, 2 new whatever, 2 new item classes, 100 new uniques, 8 new endgame maps, each with new encounters and new rewards, unique strong boxes, 12 rogue exiles. Do they list the names here? As Miriam Wisp, we know all of these. 15 new socketables that you can craft onto your gear. I like how they say they use craft here because of the agenda they've been pushing with the crafting bench. And then Twilight Reliquary, finally. I say finally, but I don't really care. But like it's good. It's always a good random drop that you just get and you're like, oh, I'm rich now. Or I got money. Essences can now have Val Orbs applied to them to corrupt the essences, which is you need to always have Val Orbs in your inventory is what this means. Because you're always going to be valing them. So Val Orbs are actually going to be worth a decent amount of money, aside being able to be used for 5 linking early. So Val Orbs early are premium. Keep that in mind. They're going to be very premium. Do not sell them early because they will go up in price. Areas of corruption on the Atlas now have a central corrupted nexus that's source of affliction. Into the nexus, corruption will spill out from the slain enemies and amalgamate into powerful monsters. Okay, so these create corrupted monsters. Upon reaching the nexus, you will begin the task of cleansing the source of corruption, completing the task and receive crystalline shards that you can use to obtain Atlas passive skill points. A boss for each faction hasn't been added. These appear in the corrupted nexus. There are factions of corruption. Okay. Additional corruption monsters factions have also been introduced. Corruption monsters have had their visuals and animation improved and their skills have been rebalanced. Maybe we are not going to be going back to our hideout as much this league, surely, right? Mr. Back to Your Hideout has taken a course in workplace safety. So now maybe we won't die as much. Or maybe he's worse. We'll see. Corruption areas no longer implicitly have +1 to area level, which is, I mean, but now are much more likely to have modifiers, and the modifiers can be more powerful. Some new corruption modifiers have been added. They're not going to tell us, are they? I assume not. Cleansing the nexus will cause surrounding maps to be cleansed. Fracturing orbs fracture a random modifier in a rare item with at least 4 mods, locking it in place. In order to open a corrupted nexus, the waystone placed in the map device will need to have at least 4 modifiers. In order to open a corrupted nexus, the waystone placed in the map will need to have at least 4 modifiers. Also, so there's a minimum amount of modifiers you can use to open a Nexus map. You can now respawn and return to a map if you die. Upon first entry in the end game, you will get a total of 6 total attempts per map. As you add more modifiers to your waystone, the number of respawns goes down. It doesn't say that it goes down by tier as well. Are you sure by tier 1 if you go 6 mods it won't just be 1 death as well? In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times. You'll be able to enter and exit your map as much as you like, as long as you haven't died. Number of portals is represented the number of revives you have during the map. Does this mean what we no longer consume portals when we leave and come back? I wonder. Once you start a boss fight, the respawning system will change to require the map owner to collectively respawn the entire party. This is so that you must still kill the boss from full life. If you decide to rush to the map boss without interacting with any of the other map content and then die, you respawn at the boss checkpoint and only the map boss will be present. All of the monsters and content will be removed. This is to prevent cases where players would be able to farm multiple copies of the same rewards by dying on purpose. I'm so confused. If you decide to rush to the map boss without interacting with any of the other map content and then die, you respawn at the boss and only he will be present. So if you didn't rush to the map boss and you just died, would it erase everything else? Would you restart the map? This line leaves so many questions in my mind. It's so unclear. The number of towers on the Atlas have been reduced drastically, but each one is now more powerful. I don't think I'm going to read everything here. We kind of already know the gist of a lot of the things here, but I'll try to see if there's any that gives more, what's the word, more information to what we know. Extra content now starts spawning further away from ziggurats. I don't know why they did that, but okay. A checkpoint spawns when the last available optional content in the map has been completed. The last available has been completed. Why would a checkpoint spawn? Why would it spawn when it's been completed? So you can always return to where you completed it? What good would that do? I'm sabi. Anyways, waystones can no longer drop at lower tier. We know this. Welcome back. I've seen some lines I don't fully understand in this patch note, but I guess. Final mob bosses and final naturally recurring monsters in T1 also have 100% chance of a waystone. Scales down. Reduce to compensate. Sources of map bosses have a chance to drop this of current tier or higher, being replaced with increased quantity of waystones dropped by map bosses. Okay. They nerfed Overseer tablets, so now have 2 to 4 maps to contain boss instead of 3 to 7. On ID, waystones can now provide 30% increased waystone drop chance instead of 30% increased quantity. The first 5 different unique maps you complete each now grants 2 Atlas passive skill points for a total of 10. You need to complete 5 different uniques to get all your points. That is going to be annoying. The specialties of some maps have been adjusted to account for the addition of Asmerian spirits. Are there new modifiers related to Asmerian spirits for Overseer, so they're diluting the pool even more? Are there any modifiers and relating to Asmerian spirits and Rogue Exiles to Precursor tablets? So again, diluting it even further. Untainted Paradise now has more XP, but they just adding modifiers to tablets. So that means they're now. I mean, now it's harder to get any one mod you may want. Hence why I said they're diluting it. It's not bad because for the Spirit and Rogue Exiles will probably be good, but like it just means it's harder to get the one you want.
That makes sense.
Tablet modifiers that causes ritual favors in your maps to have increased chance to have omen values. Now has values of 15 to 25%, so they buffed that one. Overseer tablets. I don't care about individual tablets changes. Players no longer lose experience from dying in Simulacrum, Twisted, yada yada yada. We know all of that. Move the location of stash in Simulacrum to make it harder to accidentally start your encounter when trying to open the stash. Reduce the power of notables of the league specific Atlas passageways from acquiring logbooks. Bridge Splinters, Simulacrum, and Honor to the King. I assume this is because they made it so. Yeah, I assume this is just because they made it so these things should be naturally dropped more. So they nerfed the power on the individual trees, which makes sense. Reduce the intensity of the fog in Delirium. Number of monsters spawned by breaches has been reduced. Higher percent of total number of breach monsters spawned are now spawned earlier in the encounter. So a higher percentage of the total breach monster spawns are spawned earlier. So that means they spawn less and less. So diminishing spawns. Reduce the number of small breach chests found. Breach has just been getting bass. Breach splinters cannot be.
So much. I feel like there's still so much though that I might not even feel that insane.
That's what you think.
It's still so good.
We'll have to see.
Fair.
And then they'll give us numbers here. It's not like last time that they said it will still be a lot and it was still a lot. Like this one, they're nerfing it even. They reduced the number of monsters spawning. They've made it so a higher percentage spawns when it initially spawns. So that means it's going to be harder to keep it going. And then they're reducing the chest as well. And they already said they're going to nerf all these splinter drops from the breach itself because of the changes they made to base mechanics and your expectation for bosses and yada yada. So like there are all these number of different changes that are happening separately, but all affect breach at the same time once you open that breach map. So that's what I'm saying. Like you may think it's nothing, but like I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, I was in the big breach enjoyer, so we'll see. Strong boxes now spawn slightly more packs of monsters in maps. Omens always appear, we know this. The vendors in ziggurats and those in your hideout now have level 65 items available, rather than one having level 60 items and the other having level 70. So now we can't get level 70 items. It's like it affects me in any way, but like that's a weird change. If you exit the game while in an endgame map area, logging back into the same character will now place you back inside the map instance if it still exists. That's kind of cool.
That is kind of cool.
As Miriam Spirits and Rogue Exiles have been added to the passive tree, Atlas passive. More notables and reworked existing ones to make available choices more interesting. Deadly Evolution has been replaced by a new keystone called Ecological Shift, which causes your maps to have 40% more chance to contain random extra content and 20% less number of monster packs in your maps. Jesus Christ. What do you mean 20% less number of monster packs in your maps?
Can you explain that? What does that do?
It means there's a higher chance you get random extra content. So like essences, probably things you can't get 100% of, like strong boxes.
But
just
then your base pack sizes, your maps will be pretty empty.
Your maps, yeah, they'll have less monster packs. So like the packs will still be as dense, but like there'll be less packs in the map.
It's kind of crazy.
So you'd have like more essences, you'd have like more strong boxes. What other things? More shrines, stuff like that. But you'd have less. If there are 100 monster packs before, now you have 80. 20% less. Can now obtain 40 passive Atlas passives. The Crumbling Walls Atlas now has 10% chance for additional breach. Previously 15, 3% chance for 3 instead of 5, and 1% chance for 10 instead of 2%. So they're nerfing it even more. But this is a breach notable, but like they're nerfing that even more as well. Extreme archaeology no longer causes monsters to spawn with 20% of their life missing. Frantic evasion now has 50% increased quant of breach splinters dropped by breach monsters in maps. Previously 75, so that's another nerf right there. Breach has been just taking L after L in this patch notes. I tell you,
it's needed though.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. Like it is, but like I feel like this is going to be classic GGG going full swing in the other direction, like extreme. Nobody wants to touch breach now type situation.
Nah, there's no reason you still want to touch it. The boss still drops something. I mean, we haven't seen what happened to that glove, but let's see what happens to it first.
The grasping hands Atlas notable now has 30% more clasped hands instead of 50, and clasped hands in your map have 20% chance guarded by a pack of magic monsters instead of 25. So 5% nerf there, and the other one was 20% reduced. The interdimensional assault Atlas notable now has breaches in your map have 10% more monster density instead of 15. The ominous portent Atlas now causes rituals in your maps have a 100% chance to be now causes ritual favor in your maps to have 100% increased chance to be omens. So previously 50, so they buffed omen chance with the notable. The Rising Pyre Atlas notable now has breaches in your maps have 25% increased monster density instead of 40% previously. Bass. Breach has just been collecting. Okay. So now that we've gone over all the reasons you should not run Breach this league, general improvements. In order to work around the common crash on NVIDIA, the game can now recover from device removed events. When this occurs, the game will display a loading screen and pause while it attempts to recover. This only applies for a specific type of client crash and not all client crashes. The reforging bench in town has been repositioned to more optimal locations. The stash and guild stashes have also been slightly spaced apart to reduce misclicking. Strong boxes can now appear in certain Act 1 areas. Stash to the treasure room in Trial of Chaos. Treasure room. I guess the final room. Many fire skills now visually burn grass in areas. Oh! Why does that excite me?
Yeah, I didn't expect you to jump for joy at that one, but it's all good.
Dude, we're talking about how insane PoE2 graphics were. Imagine you throw a fire skill and you literally see the grass burn.
I get. So I just don't remember how good it was.
I'm just saying, this is how PoE was, remember? Improve the performance of summoning and improve the performance of summoning and reviving minions. Like I did. What does this mean? Does this mean they run better on our PC, or does this mean they're stronger? What does improve the performance of summoning and reviving minions mean? I'm so. I think it just means it runs better on our PC. That's the only thing that makes sense, because this is general improvements.
It is what it means.
Further improved safety checks, preventing using movement skills to skip the elevators in Trial of Chaos encounters and prevent the encounters from functioning correctly. The jumps performed when using Escape Shot and Toxic Road now allow you to jump over enemies and small amounts of terrain. Vaulting Impact also received this change at a later date. The Decay debuff from Decaying Hex now uses an appropriate visual effect and displays below the enemy's life bar. Grenade skills now have small amount of random variation in travel distance when firing multiple grenades at once. Firebolt now uses the same animation as freezing shards instead of the generic projectile spell animations. Player changes. Characters are now required to be at least level 25 to enter crude difficulty areas, and level 50 to enter endgame areas. Why? I don't know why, but okay. The player's base attack speed while unarmed is now 1.4, previously 1.2, so buff. Killing Palm, Staggering Palm, and Hand of Child now have 25% less attack speed to compensate for this change. Previously 10%. So they, oh god, so they buff the base attack rate, and then they give like insane less attack speed multipliers on the uniques you would want to use for hollow palm. Freeze builds now build up roughly 48% slower on enemies. Or freeze now builds up roughly 40% slower on enemies. Didn't they already make it slower like last patch? Player base ailment threshold is now half of max life. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Try running a tower and see what happens. If they don't freeze you to next gen to back to your hideout. Oh my lord. They halved it. So we are literally going to be getting ailments twice as often. However quick you were getting frozen before, now you're getting frozen twice as fast.
Why would they do that though? Like
they said they want.
Do we have the resources to fight it?
No, we don't. They said
Apart
they want
from literally the reaction.
No, we don't. They said they wanted these charms to be more impactful. They've not given us a way to be ailment immune. Keep in mind, if they don't give us if they don't just give us permanent 3 charm slots, I don't know what they're thinking. Like genuinely, I don't know what they're thinking. If that is not the reality of the current state of PoE2, I don't know how to rationalize this change. You're going to be getting shocked more frequently. You're going to be getting ignited more frequently. You're going to be getting bled more frequently. You're going to be getting what's poison? I mean poison.
We need to see the tree.
And you're going to get frozen more frequently.
Surely we have something we can do about it.
I mean, in the last tree, the only place I remember seeing ailment threshold for freeze or to change the way like freeze. I mean, there was like some generic nodes, I think, like here. No,
the freeze, the one that made your ailment threshold counts for your ES.
Exactly, that's like the only thing of note previously, and I think that's like, where is it? It's like it's here. Yeah, 100% of ES added as freeze threshold. Well, like threshold. This is stun. This is ES as stun threshold. Yeah, this is just all stun threshold. This is stun threshold as well. Stun threshold, stun threshold, stun threshold, more stun threshold. We haven't seen ailments. This is the only place we've seen freeze threshold. Nowhere else have we seen freeze threshold. Okay, so bottom side of the tree has this side, which is elemental ailment threshold. Thank God. What about here? Ailment threshold. So does this mean if you're in the top side of the tree, you're just fucked? I think that's what it means. Even the left side is ghost down. Everything is just stun threshold. There's no elemental ailment threshold. So if you're not on the bottom right of the tree, you are fucked. Absolutely gimped. And even then, it's just like these two wheels. Shikina. That's all. That's all. They better change. They better jazz up with that though, because like, what is this? They halves our ailment threshold. I thought they were going to reduce it like to 75% or something. Like they halved it. Watch them accommodate for this, because like I don't see this last. Either isn't going to last completely long in this exact state. Either are going to buff our ailment threshold like week 1. Or we have permanent like three charm slots, and the charms now use less charges per time they proc. Because like otherwise it makes no sense. It genuinely makes no sense. Because like in the previous set of charms, you would use it once and then it'd be empty, and you'd have to like fill it up again, more or less. There were certain ones that be like, okay, they're not quite empty, but they can't really proc again until you get them enough charges. Like very few times would you have one that like can proc twice. I think stun could proc twice. I don't think freeze could. But now we are somehow supposed to be able to like deal with twice the amount of freezes. Okay, buddy. Okay. That's just line 4. Presence base radius is now 4 meters, previously 6. Oh. God in heaven, what is this? Why? Why? Who complained about presence-based radius?
I
This
wonder
basic,
if it's something they had to do to accommodate banners.
if it is, I don't give a fuck. This means if you're going for any scepter modifier that that says allies in your presence, your minions are probably not going to be in range. Because 6 meters is decently wide. Like, let's say, I think 6 meters is like half of your screen or something. Now it's 2 meters less. They literally cut it in by a third. Try walking around, see what happens. Like, let's see, scepters. Where are scepters? We'll just pick a random one. I don't care. All these allies in your presence deal damage. Allies in your presence. You are going to have to hug your minions. You will hug them if you want them to actually do that damage. You say we're brothers in arms, or you just stand in the middle. Because, like, what? Okay, cool. Whatever. Monster modifiers stolen from rare monsters such as from Behead support have had the effects they provide to players adjusted to be more appropriate. The crew versions of Candlemas Essence now provide 5% increased life radius to 8%. They nerfed the bonus life we're getting from the second Candlemas for reasons unknown to me. See, why are we getting nerfed this much? I'm on line 5. What is all this nerf?
That's life. That's life.
I haven't even gone far. I've just been reading, like, I'm still on line 6 because I'm still stuck up on like all the other nerfs we've got. I'm not even done with there are more nerfs coming.
And they tried to let us know.
The Worn Sandals Affliction now grants 30% less movement speed if you've been hit by an enemy recently. Previously 25, so you have previously 25% reduced. Now it's 30% less.
So you just literally don't have it. You would never get it.
I mean, you'd have never gotten it before, but honestly, it might not even be too bad. Let me think about this real quick. With Queen of the Forest builds, they would have just ignored the downside because it's reduced and they're getting increased. But with less, you will feel it no matter who you are. Be you Queen of the Forest or King of the Jungle, you will feel it.
Oh shit.
But hey, you know who will feel it the least? The people who are going at snail's pace. Because it's like, what is 30% less to somebody who has 0 movement speed? The more movement speed you have, the more you will feel the change, is the TLDR of that one. Blocking a hit by raising your shield or parry now gives you a chance to avoid accumulating heavy stun build up equal to the chance you would otherwise have had to evade. Yeah, we know that. Unified stun mechanics and terminology between players and monsters. The stagger that players suffer when blocking too much damage with your shield raise is now a heavy stun. Players are still unable to be heavy stunned unless a mechanic specifically states otherwise. Players can no longer be light stunned while their shield is raised. Modifiers to curse effects have been changed to instead apply to curse magnitude. Oh god.
Yes, dude.
Oh god. Just seeing curse magnitude, I know what's in store. I know what's in store.
Chains builds were literally making monsters move at no like almost minus values with Chronomancer and stuff.
This means that they are multiplicative with any other modifiers to the effect of the debuff on the target. Curse magnitude and slow magnitude are now multiplicative with each other for temporal chains. Wait, what? Oh, it means they're not additive. So wait, before they were additive and they would like increase the effects doubly? I don't fully understand this, the example they gave. I don't fully understand it, but okay. Player created objects such as ice crystals no longer have a monster power value. Ice crystals can no longer apply on kill effects such as Herald of Ash and Trample Toes Overkill. Well, Trample Toe, it's been good. It's been good knowing you. You were good for like, I mean, you're good for a bit, to be honest. Players have 50% more light stun threshold per time stunned in the past 4 seconds. Previously 25% more player license per time stunned. Oh my goodness. Okay, so it's not bad. This should be better. It should prevent stun locking a whole lot more. This is a much bigger more value, and it's also, but it's only, they reduce the duration, so it's 4 seconds. So if you gotten stunned, like basically for every 1 time you get stunned now, it's equivalent to 2 times you got stunned previously in 6 seconds versus now 4 seconds. So if you get stunned twice, the chance of you getting stunned a 3rd time is very low, whereas before it might have been higher. So I think this is actually better for people who get stunned less, whereas the previous version, I guess, would have been better if you get stunned more often. Your heavy stun bar now doesn't start emptying until the heavy stun animation has finished, instead of when the heavy stun starts. Heavy stun duration on players is now 3 seconds. Previously 1 second? All those rural riders, I wish them luck. They will stun them for 3 seconds. They will stay on that ground and contemplate life. While the enemies that stun them continue beating them.
You're basically petrified.
Dude, 3 seconds is insane. Sup, Cats? How you doing? Yeah, I'm here. I'm looking at these patch notes and like the nerfs I have seen to player power already, and I'm still like the first quarter of the patch notes. I haven't got past the first section. Player changes. Oh, we have ascendancy changes next. I'm looking forward to it. Oh man. Players cannot block or evade hits while they are heavy stunned. Some huge nerfs all across the board. Yeah, I'm going through it. Like all I've seen so far are just big nerfs. I'm just like, bruh. So they really that changes my plan for minions. I mean, for like Grim Feast, I expected it to be gone.
Anything gone? No, Kilo.
Minions are weaker now. Everlasting Gaze and Eldritch Battery dead. I expected that one as well. You can't hear me? What do you mean you can't hear me? Can anybody else on YouTube hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you on YouTube.
Huh. Is your browser, is your YouTube muted by chance? Cause like when he said he couldn't hear me, when he said you did it first time, I checked to make sure like my OBS was picking sound, and I was like, yeah, it is. It's either that or maybe your tab is muted. I hope. If you can hear me on YouTube, then I shouldn't have to worry at least. Oh my goodness. Where were we? Oh my lord. All right. You get heavy stun for 3 seconds and now you're not evading or blocking. You're just eating damage for breakfast. Critical weakness stacks now track duration individually rather than refreshing duration of all stacks when a new stack is gained. Yes, that's fine. So long as they're going to nerf Eye of Winter, obviously. But like, if they don't change Eye of Winter, that critical weakness is still doable. Pinned targets can no longer evade. Pinning a target now also causes them to be light stunned. Base duration for Endurance Frenzy is now 15 instead of 20. Fully broken armor now causes enemies to take increased phase damage from hits. Oh, that's kind of nice for phase builds. Revivable minions now spawn with their skills on cooldown. This only applies to newly summoned minions, not minions that just revive. Oh, okay. Okay, I thought that was going to be a very, very wonky nerf to like clerics, because like if they respawn with their stuff on cooldown, then it means their revive would be on cooldown. As such, if things die again, they wouldn't be able to like bring them back up. But like this says only newly summoned, so like I guess that's fine. It does nerf weapon swap convocation tech. I think that'd be a nerf there. But I guess we don't need to weapon swap convocation because we can just blink and that happens and it automatically does the same thing. Persistent minions granted by ascendances will now automatically be summoned when you allocate the passive for the first time. And then sexually boosted slam now has 30% more damage and 20% AoE, so they buffed that. Players and monsters now only count while moving rather than for the whole length of many animations that have some movement during some part of them. That actually is it's good for clarity. Because like that means in the end of like blink animation where you're not actually moving but it kind of propels you forward, that would have counted as moving, or like bleeds, which I guess that makes sense. Setting a stat to a specific value such as CI, setting your blood to 1, or blood magic setting to 0 now occurs before conversion is applied to this, rather than being ignored by conversion. So that means Eldritch Battery now sets your ES to 0, or it converts. It happens in the conversion step. Okay, so it doesn't really this doesn't really affect Eldritch Battery, but it does affect like CI and stun thresholds, I think. I don't know. We'll see. So now Ascendancy changes finally. Titan has 2 points. Surprising Strike Notable provides more damage against heavy stun. They buff that. Earthbreaker now provides this. They buff Warcaller, Explode Corpses, dealing this as physical damage instead of corpses in your presence explode when you Warcry, dealing this. Oh, that makes sense. This change makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Turtle Charm now has 25% less block. So this was also buffed, which is good. It now consumes. You still can't hear me? Okay, let me pull up my YouTube on my phone and see what's going on. You force stopped and you can hear me now? Like you force stopped your browser? What the fuck to do for specters? I mean, I'm still looking. I haven't seen. I'm still like very high up in the patches. I haven't seen most of the changes, so I guess we'll see when we get down there. Ancestral spirit granted by answered call minions have this increased spread. This minions from this have. So you can start stack for the ancestral spirit. I guess this is now maybe more viable, but like, who cares? All right, Gemlin Legionnaire. The enhanced effectiveness ascendancy now also grants 20% less attributes. Which one is enhanced effectiveness? Everything we used is nuked. I expected it. Enhanced effectiveness. Oh, this guy. Inherent bonuses are doubled, but then it gives less attributes. Yeesh, that's a large less attribute penalty. I expected ES to get giga nerfed. I expected a lot of the things, like a lot of things to not survive. Like Grimface, I didn't expect to survive. I haven't even gotten there. I didn't expect them to live, right? They were obviously going to get the axed. I didn't know how bad it would be, but I guess I'll see when I get there. The integrated efficiency ascendancy has swapped positions with gem studded. What's gem studded? You. So grants 3 skill slots is here, and then 2 copies. Oh my goodness! This is a very nice change. This is actually a very nice change. So this comes here. That means if you wanted to like do, oh, my minion build idea is alive. My explode minion build alive is explode minion ascendancy is alive on Gemlin. If that happens, so then I can take 1. I can take 2, 3, 4. But even maybe remove this guy for this. But like I mean, this is just a nice note to have. Implanted gem ascendancy no longer provides one to all. Instead, it now provides a choice between +2 level of all with the strength requirements. Oh god, so you only pick one. It's stronger for that one, but like it's no longer all. I mean, I'll still take int and it'd be even stronger for me. So Gemlin is honestly still pretty good as a minion ascendancy, I'll be honest. This is still pretty good. I thought Gemlin would get nuked even further. Like it's fine. It really is. Maybe stat stacking becomes less effective because of this line, but like it's not bad. It no longer provides +3 skill slots. Instead, it provides increased damage per socketed red support, increased skill speed per socketed green support, and increased crit chance per blue support. I think the only thing that matters here for minions would be skill speed, but like you wouldn't go for it regardless. 40% more damage based on their missing health, previously 30%. Oh, sure. Witch Hunter buff. 35% less armor evasion. 2 seconds at all gem levels. I don't know why it's still so long, but what do I know? Yeah, I can save you time. Basically, everything you use is nerf. Oh, I'm aware. Like, see, this is how I saw this patch. I saw it as everything we know is going to get nerfed and we'll have to figure it out again. I don't mind it per se. If we still have the tools to actually function. If we don't have the tools to function, then I'll have an issue. But we'll see. But like, I expected the nerfs. I honestly expected this. Wait, when you consume this, you count as having consume twice as many. Oh, sure. Grim Feast is gone. Infernalis is cooked now. Where is Infernalis? So we're almost at Infernalis. Pathfinder, less movement speed while moving. Oh, this is nice. At least it's better. Relentless Pursuit. I don't care too much. Has been removed. Enduring Elixir no longer has a prerequisite. Added a new multi-choice practical remedy ascendancy that provides the ability to allocate grounding stick, dowsing vial, which provide immunity to shock, ignite, and freeze respectively. New susceptible practice ascendancy passes skill which provides 30% of evasion provides 30% of evasion rating, also grants elemental damage reduction, but it requires practical remedies. Oh shit, that's big defenses, Jesus. Acolyte of Chayola provides +8 to max darkness per level. Meh. So this is like 800 at level 100. Meh. Mana Leech is instant. It now provides Mana Leech recovers based on other damage types as well as physical damage. Oh, finally. Honor lost during this is now taken before Acolyte of Chayola's Darkness. The and Protect Me provides 50% less evasion. So they nerfed Invoker, Jesus. They nerfed it.
Okay, that node was strong enough that you could still pick that evade all.
Gemini is still good. Gemini is genuinely still good.
Still good is one of the craziest things I've ever heard you say.
Gemini is still good for minion builds at least.
Good about... Okay, bro. You're baiting.
The blood barbs. I mean, just 20% less as attributes. You can still get a decent chunk of attributes. It's just going to be less. You have a less peaks.
Work in this game already, right? Like the juicy attribute requirements. Are you going to be using level 10 skills?
Do you forget that they have a node that literally makes one attribute count for requirements for everything?
How many nodes are you clicking?
What do you mean?
I think it's
20% less means you're getting 4 from every passive that you pick instead of 5. It means instead of getting 100, you get 80. So 200, you'll be at 160. 20% less. Okay. It's noticeable, but it's not so much that you can't play an attribute stacker anymore on the ascendancy. That's kind of where it's at. Blood barbs of ascendancy longer provides 7% of damage as extra phase and now causes bleeding you inflict on curse targets to be aggravated. Added a new between the cracks ascendancy that causes crits to ignore monster. It's fine though. We needed a challenging game. It was too easy in the end game. No challenge. Just walk through and delete everything. I mean, you did say that last time, so now there is a challenge.
Thing is, like, it just depended on the build, man. So many of the builds I played were challenges.
Cats specifically. Cats complained. He complained that he was AFKing in T15s. There was no challenge. He had like Giga ES. I mean, now we do have Crayfish though. All right, Fernalis. Demon form granted by this now has a cooldown of 15 seconds, previously 20, and a max demon. Oh my goodness! What?
Yes.
You now lose a flat amount of life per second per demon flame, rather than a percent of your max life. Dodge roll while demon form.
Why are you touching the dodge roll, man? Like, what are we doing?
Why should I even take demon form anymore? Why? It's still disabling both of your freaking. Why?
What do you want us to do with demon form? That shit was. But the thing is, even the demon form skill, the way it worked before, it wasn't free. Like, you were committing so many gear slots and jewels.
My guy,
to have
just for demon slots, you don't have weapon and offhand.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't have shield. You don't have two pieces, and you had to go helmet. You had to go at least one ring. You had to go. Was there a belt involved? There was another unique. I think it was an amulet. You had to do these three, and then you had to use the chest piece, the ghost ride. So that's at least 3 to 4 uniques you're using on top of not having weapon and offhand. And now they just said if you were to even, I mean, now it's much easier to counter. You just need flat regen, so like you don't have to worry about it. So Master Darkness is what? What did they do with this one? These guys are bastards. No, not really. I'm joking. But like, I see what they did. You know what they did? I actually don't mind that. I ironically don't mind that. What they did is it takes 4 points to get to where you were before. And now it should honestly be more manageable to go demonic form uncapped than it was before, and it should require less uniques than it did before, because it's no longer percent life, it's flat. So if you get to a sizable amount of regen, you're fine. You no longer have to reduce your max life to keep that demon form going. You don't have to do all of that weird stuff to keep it going. But
forget what the number is.
Yeah, but
it
like
just means it's not free to like
it's
level
no longer
with. Like, you're not gonna click demon form, put the things on, put the rings on, and you're blasting.
It might be, honestly, because it's likely a cost that will scale with levels. But like at the end of the day, it's still fine. Like, you're going to have a lower maximum than what you could achieve before. But if you invest in regen and you can actually scale percent life regen, and you will counter it pretty efficiently. So instead of trying to reduce your life, you might be trying to increase your life and stack as much life as possible. And Infernalist has tools to stack more life. So this actually works pretty well. So like, I actually like what they did with demon form. I'll be honest. It seems good. I like it. The percent life degen before was gimmicky. Now it's less so. Where were we? So that's demon form. At least they didn't just completely nuke it. So I'm happy. The seething body ascendancy passive now has, while on high infernal flame, you and your allies gain 50% of damage as extra fire. I mean, okay, but like presence is shorter, so if I'm not hugging them, they don't have it. Just read this. What about my build? The one I spent our stereo crafting be gutted overnight. I mean, why did you spend our stereo crafting before the patches came out? Like when creators, all right, stop guys, stream up. When creators like guys are just chilling, waiting, when we are not touching anything until we see patch notes, and then this guy is busy scribbling at theory crafting like there's no tomorrow. Like, of course it's going to happen. But like, of course, the processing is silly. I don't know why they would do that. 80% now on scepters. I mean, having one more mandatory stat on scepters just seems very obnoxious to me. Like, honestly, we already were trying to go for as much spirit as possible while keeping what was it, as many, was it levels as you could get, and on top of that you wanted to get as like stats for your minions that would maybe work well. But like now, if with the limited crafting we have going, we now have one more mandatory stat, because like all the presence, allies in your presence gain like X amount of damage or attacks, all of those modifiers, they were like optional. Like if you get them, they were nice add-ons, but like you didn't need them. But like without presence AoE, your minions are literally losing all your presence effects. Presence on minion builds wasn't really a thing. It depends on how you look at it. It kind of was. Like, if I open my PoE2 character, for example, you would see that I actually had like decent presence scepters. Like I had like presence crits, because I was going like giga crits. I had like a +4 scepter with spirit and crits as an example. I actually tried to get, you couldn't do like added damage because that only scaled like attacks, so that was non-existent. But you would try to get like crit chance, maybe cast speed. If you would do that, and they would be like, they were nice to haves. They weren't must haves, they were nice to haves. But like now, presence AoE is a must have if you want to do anything presence related. And keep in mind, if you're ever going to touch this, now it's mandatory. And keep in mind, I want you to remember this one very crucial part. Where's PoE2? Let me just open something to just remind you guys. I want you to take a very, 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 very close look at all these modifiers. Cursed enemies killed by you or allies in your presence. You and allies in your presence have unholy might. Do you see what I mean? It is mandatory you have it. Otherwise, if you're going unholy might, your minions do not actually have unholy might unless you are standing on them. Or you decide to dodge the mechanic while they were attacking. Now they don't have damage. Good luck with that. So like, it's non-negotiable now. Yeah, like before it was 6 meters. Like let me pull up PoE wiki just to visualize it. Before it was 6 meters, so that was like half a screen. Nearby. So 6 meters was the range of. You remember how you complained about crit immunity, right? From PoE 1? That was 6 meters. As an example of crit range. I think it's around, this is like, I think it's like here. This is how wide it would be. It's on the 60 mark. So this was your presence. So like you had the leeway to dodge around. But then removing like a third of that means it is now at the 40 mark here. It's here. So they just yoinked all of these out. So now this is literally the line they have to be in to be getting bonuses from you. This is, if you stand here, they're out of range.
As well. I'm just watching the bazaar as I watch the reaction.
No, but issue with that body was it doesn't work as intended. It wasn't being calculated properly before monsters create you. The radius is now also small on that. What do you mean it wasn't working as intended? Like, I'm confused. The grinning immolate ascendancy now provides more crit damage bonus. Oh. Pyromantic Pact now causes 50% of Infernal Flame to be lost per second if none was gained in the last 2 seconds. So if you do not spend mana in the past 2 seconds, you are going to lose half of your Infernal Flame? Minion builds can't use this. We can't spend mana that frequently. We cannot. What are we spending? Are we just going to be spamming like Eye of Winter?
Yeah, apparently there's presence radius
on scepters
on the tree. No, on the tree.
Did they add it?
Sorry, I'm spoiling. Sorry.
But
it's not too far down. So it might not be the end of the world yet. All right, let's just breathe and Trust in the
Your raid
vision.
minions will hug you. Just get presence plus spirit plus gem levels. Yeah, but that is 3 modifiers everybody is now looking for in a game that has limited crafting. That is the problem. When you were 2 modifiers, it was more manageable. Now that you're looking for 3, you are going to pay an insane premium for those 3. Now, maybe 2 would not be as bad because we're looking for 3, but the premium you will get on those 3 would make last season's like prices for two of those modifiers look like child's play, because it's way less likely you get 3 really good mods than you get 2 in the current state of crafting, unless like you use fracturing orbs and all of that good stuff. Okay, so I enter a map portal and immediately get nuked by crits empowered mobs, but as soon as I put on brass dome, I was fine. I mean, that's because they were likely still outside of the crit immunity range. It's nearby enemies cannot crit, right? So if they have thrown an attack before they enter the presence of your AG, it would still crit. I think that's how it would work. That's how that would interact. Because it has been cast, it has rolled that it's a crit, it's going to crit. Just because they are now in range doesn't change the value of the attack that has already been thrown. So that's probably what you were feeling. I never got it and was doing fine. Yeah, but don't forget, the state of the game is going to be very different. Monster lives, the life of mobs is going to be a lot less. Not a lot less. The life of mobs are changing, so we don't know if it's actually going to, if the same amount of damage we had before was going to be enough. But we're also getting nerfed in many different ways. So like, is it going to still be good? We don't know. It's actually a situation that we don't know. But AG isn't actually there until like after the monster hits. I know this case the mobs were next to me. Waste of a slot when crit immunity is elsewhere. I mean, action speed in reduction immunity is still kind of big. It's not as strong as you might like, because I hate that grasping vines doesn't care about action speed, but like, yeah, but if you have no other sources of crit immunity, it's still big. It's like, okay, now you're just taking less crit damage because things are critting you less. You can see it less as crit immunity and more as less crit damage taken. A curse explode chest is just way nicer. I mean, I always went with curse explode unless like there was a reason to go crit immunity, or there was a reason to go like I don't go grab the ephemeral unless I don't need an explode chest. Yes, back to PoE 2. Green immolation ascendancy now provides. We saw this. Pyromantic, we saw this. Bringer of Flame now causes all damage from you and allies in your presence to contribute to ignite, instead of providing while not on low all damage. So it no longer requires Infernal Flame. It's just like it just happens. So you can actually still kind of do this. Okay, whatever. The Loyal Hellhound ascendancy passive no longer causes display from your Hellhound. So what is the Hellhound's use? If he no longer gives us 20% damage reduction, what is he? Why does he exist? Just for the ignite? I mean, in that case, you just drop Hellhound. There's no reason to use him. Okay. The small mana ascendancy provides increased mana previously for. After locating a Pyromantic Pact, you will now have at least one max Infernal Flame, even with 100% reduced max mana. I think this was Palstrone's doing. While using Blink while in demon form now plays an appropriate animation instead of landing to blink. Oh lol. The presence, so on paper it looks nice, but in practice it's presence still okay. What they don't want is you running off screen whilst your minions face tank the boss, because minions are known for enabling high DPS uptime whilst you focus on dodging. I mean, should I say fair? You still kind of have to. If you run too far, they would still die and respawn on you. Like that would still happen. I mean, if you were to use your command button effectively, it's a lot better uptime than PoE 1, that's for sure. Unless you're like aggressive in PoE 1, but it's not aggressive here. You do less damage. I mean, what about Claire? What about Claire? When you're running forward and you want your minions, don't forget we have no convocation. Other classes don't get to do damage while dodging. Yeah, but other classes have their advantages as well. Look at the warrior. The warrior literally pushes enemies back when he war cries. Are we not going to talk about that? Spark is killing enemies 2 screens away. Are we not going to talk about that?
I would ignore all the. A lot of this isn't happening in this patch, buddy. You gotta keep reading. Come on.
Minions can do that. They're not nearly as effective as Warcry. It's night and day between both of them. Spark is done for. Oh, I'm sure. With how they spoke about it, I'm sure. But like I'm just saying, snipers can clear off screen, but they're not going to actively shoot off screen. You're going to see an enemy shoot, and if it goes off screen and kills something, good. But if it doesn't, then you have to meet them on your screen before it happens again. But that's all for Infernalist. So this means Hellhound is dead. You don't touch Hellhound anymore. Pyromantic, you still take the nodes you were taking before. Except now maybe you go for Ignites as extra damage, or maybe you go for something else. I don't know. You probably go for Ignite as extra damage instead, since it just always applies. Hellhound applies fire exposure, but you don't need fire exposure if you go Frost Mages or Storm Mages, and odds are those are the minions you might want to do on Infernalist.
Damn.
What?
Damn. I'm not saying till I don't know if you're getting there today, but holy fuck.
Chronomancer. The circular heartbeat ascendancy has been removed. Rapid Rivers no longer has it. What's circular heartbeat? Is that the recoup? Please don't be the recoup. Please don't be the recoup. Okay.
What the fuck?
Why would they remove the recoup? The Quicksand Hourglass, every 10 seconds gain more cast speed. Instead of every 12 seconds gain more cast speed. So better uptime. Flood of Echoes Ascendancy that grants the Unleash skill. Y'all don't want to see my face, like, oh my goodness. Recoup was poop anyways. Oh my goodness, it was not. It was not. No one would have used it anyways. I had an entire build planned around it. I don't think no one would have used it, is quite correct. I had an entire build planned around the recoup. Many people got over 100% life recoup and they were just chilling with 4-second recoup. They'd be immortal to non-one-shots. Recoup was not trash from Chronomancer. Other ascendancies, I even used recoup on Gemlin, even with the 8 seconds. I think I reduced it to 6 seconds, but I had recoup. I had mana recoup. It helped a lot. Recoup is not nearly as strong as PoE 1, correct, but like it still had its use. And on Chronomancer made it 4 seconds. Recoup is so slow that it doesn't save you, but Chronomancer made it 4 seconds. It's not slow. Do you not understand that Chronomancer had this node? This is 4 seconds. And if you paired it with this guy, it would be 3 seconds. So if you take damage, 3 seconds later, you've gained more than, because you could get over 100% recoup. I think you get like 120, 130% recoup. So you get hit for 100 damage, you are recovering 120 life for the next 3 seconds. You need instant recovery, not 4 seconds. I mean, tell that to the recoup enjoyers. Recoup was honestly very, very strong. Like on non-Chronomancer, sure, but I'm talking about Chronomancer here, and Chronomancer had recoup, and it was good for her. People would, if you're using Chronomancer for its curse button, then sure, you didn't care. Maybe you didn't care about the recoup, but like, what? Why you? By the way, do for everything
Sorry,
else
am
on
I
the
not muted?
no. Okay, but 120 over 3 is 40 per second. So another 120 to out DPS your recoup. I mean, a 120 hits, another one. If you do 120, if you do another 120 hits, you are going to recover like 160 over 3 seconds. It's not a net positive. It is if you get hit enough in 3 seconds. All these small hits that add up, they're just giving you life per second. And this does it, and keep in mind, it doesn't matter that if it was life damage, mana damage, it doesn't matter. It's damage recouped as life. So you take big damage to your ES is gone, but you're recouping as life. So now your life is about to start taking damage, but it already has like 500 to 1,000 like it has 500 to 1,000 like regen per second. You're not dying. You already have a head start in that. But like they've removed that. Stormweaver, the Force of Will ascendancy now provides increased effects on Arcane Surge per 25 instead of 15, so that's a big nerf. Scarring Winds now causes exposure you inflict to lower the affected resistance by an additional 12% instead of 20. Nerf again. Strike twice no longer applies less shock duration and now provides less magnitude of shock. Huh. Okay. I mean, it's still a strong node, just 50% more. It basically now reads 50% more shock or something like that. And then the small mana ascendancy passive skill no longer provides max mana and now provides increased mana regen. Passive skill changes, Ashen Huntress, we've added support for yada yada. I'm probably not going to spend much time on the passive skill tree changes. 12 jewel sockets have been removed from the passive skill tree. So they're just 12 less jewel sockets on the tree. I guess
we did have a lot, but yeah.
I guess, but not by a lot. But I guess this makes Lich even stronger with its two effective jewel sockets in its ascendancy. Trusted Kinship Keystone passive, southeast of Ranger and Huntress. Trusted Kinship allows you to have two companions of different types. Causes companions to have +1 to each defense for every 2 of that defense you have. So if you have evasion, they'd have evasion. And if you had... Also causes you to have 30% less defenses. Wait, so that means you can technically ES stack. Your Rua would then have a like Giga ES because he's getting defense for every 2 you have. And then you'd be able to take more damage while mounted because of it. I assume this is how it works.
You gotta keep reading. Let's not just say yes without understanding the changes that have been made.
It's less defenses. But Chrono's best notes are time freeze and cooldown recovery. Like, why not freeze everything for 8 seconds instead of recovering? I mean, you see, that's the thing. You can say that, but like if you're in a wave clear scenario, unless you're like a curse bot, you're not going to freeze this screen, then freeze next screen, then freeze next screen. There's a cooldown, right? You could try to reduce that as much as you can, but there's still a cooldown. You can't permanently freeze everything. And like I said, if you're going for like the curse bot route, sure. You're probably not taking recoup. You don't care about it. You're going for other things, but like the recoup was strong nevertheless. You just had to want to build into it to pick the node. Acrobatics now has 75% less evasion. All you acrobatics gamers, good luck. Eldritch Battery Keystone now has the additional property doubles mana cost. Holy shit. Wait, doesn't that mean Archmage, which increases the cost?
Yeah.
Good
Yeah, it's
luck.
dead.
I mean, it's not.
It's back on. No, just keep reading.
It's not dead for minions. Actually, for totems, because the mana cost of Dark Effigy didn't increase with Archmage.
Don't get too excited about Dark Effigy. Just keep reading.
Giant's Blood Keystone now has triple attribute of martial weapons.
I just changed the wording.
Okay. The cat-like agility notable skill now provides increase if you dodge recently. I'm not going to read notables. I don't think I care too much for notables. We'll look for keystones.
My god.
The final notable polymathy. The nerfed polymathy. I mean, what's a strong node? Raw mana provides. They gimped a lot of max mana nodes, it looks like. I'm just seeing max mana it's no longer increased max mana, but now increased mana regen. You have giga mana regen dispatch. You have as much mana, but that regen will be ticky. Icebreaker now grants additional freeze threshold equal to 50% instead of 100. So they even nerfed that one as well, even though we. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Spaghettification now grants plus 13 attributes instead of 7% increase attributes, and also has minus 7 chaos rest. So they reduce the positive and giga nerf the positive. All right. Unhindered, reduce movement speed penalty from using skills while moving. One of the slow effects on your passive skill has also been updated to 8% reduce movement speed penalty. Clarify the word on Iron Grip and Iron Will. Okay, I mean, skill tree changes. Keystone wise, I mean, good luck with Eldritch Battery gameplay. If with those double mana costs, because like, goddamn.
It killed my boy.
Alright, skill changes. Many skills have had their base damage rebalance. Most of these are not specifically mentioned. Adjusted minion damage and life scaling. General damage and life is the same early game, but lower than before at higher levels, especially patch gem level 20. We lasted one patch, man. We lasted one patch. One fucking patch. Alright. I just had the life threshold for Arsonist skill according with the life scaling changes. Adjusted clerics heal life scaling accordingly. Archmage. Let's see what they did to Archmage. Now causes non-challenging spells to gain 3% of damage as extra lighting for every 100 max mana you have at all gem.
Yes. Yes.
Non-channeling spell costs an additional 6.7 to 6.1% of your max mana at gem levels 14. Quality now provides times to reduce reservation instead of grants. Holy shit.
Yes, man. Yes.
I hope you remember that last season we get up to 10% on gemling with some like. Nice 3%.
Yes.
It's not going past 3%. Yo, what the fuck?
What's an 07, brother?
That is insane. Classic GGG. That is insane. This was 10%. We could get up to 10% per 100 mana. So you could get to like by 1,000. You're at 100. You're like 100% damage gain as extra, and it's fine if you like halve it or something. But like, this is basically 30% of that. If you get to 3,000 mana, you add 90% damage as extra lightning. You don't even get double the skill's damage at 3,000 mana. You don't fucking get double.
gone, man. It's gone.
07. Ho ho. Ho ho. And because minions feel poop compared to Spark, we are once again in the toilets. Yes. Yes, we are. Artillery Ballista base phase now matches that of other totems like Shockwave. Artillery Explosion now has 100% phase to fire. Quality now provides minus base attack time instead of increased attack speed. I mean, the quality is nice, but like, that just means they nerfed the damage. That's Ballista, by the way. So Artillery Ballista is also gone. Well, there goes that build. Banner skills have an aura radius of 4.5, previously 4, and now currently considered auras. Oh my goodness. Blink is now a travel skill. What does that? How does that change anything? Are there more travel skills? I guess so. They have to be for them to say Blink is not a travel skill.
No, that's actually really bad for. That's bad. Just keep reading.
How is that bad?
I mean, do you want me to just say it?
How they had to have added travel skills for it to be bad. What is the change to travel skills?
They share the same cooldown.
I mean, what other travel skills are
All
there?
of them. Shield charge.
You weren't using it. What else?
The blink on swap is TLDR is you're not doing like one thing and then blink on swapping after. Like that's just not gonna happen. Because that was how we did, you know, whatever his name was.
Yeah, but they've also said that mechanic was bullshit, and they plan on changing it. So
let's just hope they finish the vision and see it through.
All right, let's see. Bone Storm Shrapnels have become general mechanic called Impale. So they're not Impale. Hits that impale an enemy cause next attack to gain added physical 30% of the physical damage dealt by the impaling hit. Okay. Cast on minion dead only gains energy when persistent minions are killed. Additionally, minions are created by a very under-leveled minion skill. Now grant less energy when killed. Level 20 plus minion skills will incur no penalty in the end game. Good luck to those cast on minion death enjoyers that were not minion skills or minion users.
Yeah.
The skill granted by this now causes... They've nerfed corpse weight from 30% to 10% of corpse max life. They basically reduced 20% from its max life. That's a 60% damage nerf, right? 66%. It's a third of what it used to be at level 1. Maybe it's, I mean, less notable at level. They halved its damage at level 20. So like, it's like 50% nerf at level 20 and 66 at level 1. So 07. DD now deals physical damage equal to 8 to 10. Previously 20%. So they nerfed DD pretty sharp, harshly. Scaling further past gem level 20. So I guess they can get closer to the 20% now if they scale levels. It also now deals fire damage at gem level 7. So they buff the flat damage. Yeah. It's like because everybody uses DD for the flat damage, you know. That's why they use it. 100%. Direct minions now has a cooldown. Okay. Eye of Winter now gains 75% of damage of the corresponding type when passing over elemental ground. Previously 50%. The skill no longer incorrectly states projectile applies a passive this to nearby enemies. So did they nerf critical weakness aside making each individual stack its own duration? Green face can no longer be engraved in the gem cut.
Can no longer be engraved.
They just removed it. They say, oh yeah, green face, come on, be going. Pack your bags, you're done.
No longer be engraved. Like, what in the world, man?
We're thinking of how they would nerf it. They just removed it. They just said no more green fees for us. Oh my word! What the hell? Oh my goodness! They didn't even say okay. Now you can your green freeze only gives you the splinters and it no longer allows you to overflow. They didn't say that. They didn't say oh allows you to overflow but it no longer gives you the thing you drop. Oh they it doesn't overflow but they also nerfed the things, the remnants you drop, so now you're getting less ES. They didn't say any of that. They said no more green fees for you. Oh my goodness, Jesus! You have to scale it. Recharge time. I mean, that's if you're still going ES. I wouldn't be surprised if they nerfed the bases like base ES numbers as well. So now you can't get as high like ES values. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Farmability now causes this to be minus 25. At gem level 7, scaling up to minus 29. Holy shit, they actually nerfed curses quite a bit. And they didn't mention mana. Why am I not seeing mana mentioned? Wait, what is going to happen to the mana cost? They just they gave us even less reason to scale it with levels. What did they say in the interview? They gave us less. They gave us no. They said that there should realistically be no reason to keep a gem level low. That whatever the case may be, we should be incentivizing you to level up a gem. The bonuses you get should be something you want to get for that higher level gem, because people kept curses low level because they felt the bonuses were not enough, and then they went ahead and reduced what you gain from getting higher levels. Because now you go from minus 25 fire res to minus 29. Previously, you go from minus 32 to minus 36. So like, okay, I guess it's not less. It's still just 4% difference. Whew. Okay. Okay. Now, if it makes mana cost more, you really think you'll go live? I mean, Infernalist will definitely go live. That's okay. Maybe not go live because Infernalist wants to reserve life, right? So you'd go ES on Infernalist, you just go life, you go mana, you go ES, you go all three of them, because you no longer have to go Infernalist goes life, mana, ES, reserving 75% of her life. Then you go Giga ES and you scale, like you said, recharge time and recharge rate. That's what you would do, because realistic, I mean, and you'd also still scale, you also still stack life, of course, because it's giving you Giga value now. Everybody's going mana now with mana recovery rates. It's because people would scale curse to minus and 5 resist, so they have to got aura effect and curse effect. They've done this to nuke Chrono curse bot. I mean, they did it to nuke everybody. They felt curses were too strong.
They're basically needed on every setup.
I mean, they still are. What are you going to do for curses? Are you just not going to curse? Will you just take the less damage you're doing? There's a reason curses are on every build in PoE 1. There's a reason. What else are you going to replace it with? There's nothing you can replace it with. Unless it's like increased damage taken. Like literally, that's what flammability does. It gives you a multiplicative damage vector by increasing the amount of damage you're doing to the enemies, or the enemy is taking rather, than the damage you're doing. So unless they give us something else to compete with that, we are going to curse if it's available. They can make this minus 5 res, minus 10 res. You are still going to curse, or you're just saying the damage increase is negligible enough to not take it. And then nobody will ever go it. So it's either everybody takes curses or nobody takes curses, or they give us a valid alternative. But so far, we haven't seen any valid alternative to curses. Curse is still good. Yeah, you see, you're still going to go curse, but you keep it at level 7 because there's no reason to take it to level 20. They've given us absolutely no reason. They didn't even mention mana costs here. So it's like, we're not even saying, oh, mana costs are going down from, no, it's just reducing the effectiveness. Okay, then we just not scale mana cost. We're just going to, you're literally, exacerbating the problem that you said was a problem, which is people were keeping the thing low because they felt they weren't getting enough bonuses by leveling it up. A loss of 6% isn't going to be noticed, but when it's scaled with 100% aura effect, your curse is still good. So all the bosses got nerfed through. The thing is, every build was going curse effects unless you didn't have the points to spend on your offhand swap. If you had some bonus points, you would literally just go and take the points that give you curse effect on your offhand swap, so that when you press curse, you go to your offhand and you press it, and now big curse effect, and then you switch back. You do have a point with bosses being nerfed, so we'll have to see how it actually plays out. Why would you not level your curse though? Because the mana cost on curses was insane. So this is, let me try to find the current iteration of curses. Let's say flammability. Okay, we'll use POEDB. Flammability. A level 7 gem, which is the base, has a mana cost of 74 to cast the mana. But then once you get to level 20, 251. It just more than triples. For what, 4%? You cast it once every 20 seconds? I mean, does it matter that you cast it once every 20 seconds? If you press the button, your mana is done. If you don't have enough mana, like if you press it and have to take mana, but then you press offering and also have to do the same thing, in a boss fight, you are going to run out of mana flash charges very quick, and now you're done. You're not cursing anymore. The first time I beat Jarok, I wasn't cursing. I literally had to stop cursing. Like literally, like how many seconds into the fight, I just had to stop cursing. I stopped cursing. I stopped using offerings because you have 7 flasks. Yes, you press it once. You press them. Get a bit of mana regen. I had mana regen. It's just you press one, you can't press the other. So you have to press the flask to be able to press the other. And this is me using. I think I had inspiration on my. I had it on my curse, so I had less curse on my arcane surge on it. I went to inspiration. I never used arcane surge. But yeah, they've given us less reason to level up our gems, because like minus 4% res is not worth whatever egregious mana cost you're getting. Like sure, scaled with effect maybe, but without scaling effect, or if they've never scaling as much, then you know. If you have multiple travel skills with cooldowns, they are now shared. I mean, how many travel skills are there even? Green face no longer exists. Skeletal cleric behavior to reduce cases where they would run at enemies and attempt to attack them. Is this why? Wait, what? Lol. I mean, they're always at the forefront. So I assume they were at the forefront because they didn't have much to do. Maybe they actually tried to attack. I don't know. This is actually good. Then it means you can decide to save mana and do less damage. But now you cannot nuke bosses with ridiculous aura and curse effect. But the bosses are also weak. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing how it actually plays out. But on paper, of course, we're just doing less damage. They've already said minions are going to have less life. I don't know why we're getting less life is my question. If they said our damage scaling has been adjusted, I can understand, okay, this is in line with like the rest of everybody else getting nerfed, but like they said damage and life scaling. So like imagine how bad minions were to level with in your first OG run through Count G, or no, how do they always get in one shot? And then they went ahead and reduced their life even more. Let's just hope everybody does less damage as well, because like as far as we know, they're supposed to be weaker, i.e. they're supposed to take less damage to kill, but I don't know that they said they're going to do less damage as well. I don't think I've heard them say that. So yeah, That's gonna be fun. Pain offering now grants 28 to 58. Oh god, we couldn't have nice things, eh? We just can't have nice things. They changed out more damage to increase damage. Why? It's like, oh god. Remember I was complaining about how there are so few more multipliers for minions in PoE 1? Well, the case is happening now. They just changed pain offerings more damage to increase damage.
God damn, man.
I mean, they give us more attack cast speed, but like, when I get higher cast speed on offering, the problem is like, I don't know about you, but my minions were attacking fast enough already. I see the line and it's okay, but like we're getting attack cast speed elsewhere. Like, I'll put it to you this way, right? Let's just say you're attacking once a second. Before, instead of attacking once a second, you would, how does this go again? 1 divided by 1 plus cast speed. In this case, 30. No, it was 0.3. Never mind. 1 divided by 1. One divided by brackets 1 plus 0.3. You'd attack once every 0.76 seconds. But when you do attack this, you basically attack 0.24 seconds faster. But when you do attack 0.24 seconds faster, you would have 44% more damage. So whatever, after all your increased goes through, you would have more damage. So now you're attacking faster, but you don't have that more damage multiplier, so you have less damage overall. Now release moment and you can still get the increased damage. So over, it's not a buff. There's no universe where this is a buff. We had more than enough increased minion damage elsewhere. This is a nerf. There is no universe where this is a buff because the increased attack cast speed is not enough to offset the more damage we are losing. This was a 44% more damage multiplier without offering effects. By the time you throw on ablation and you throw on, like, there are two offering effects you would throw on, and you get like 70% more damage, as well as even more attack cast speed because offering effects still scaled with that. But now you're getting increased damage instead. Now it's a higher increased damage, so lower level, sure, we have more damage. But the moment you start getting increased damage from your tree, which by the way we have a lot of, and we will probably still have a lot of increased damage, the moment you start getting that, the effectiveness of this falls off and it starts becoming more and more of a nerf. So early game, sure, 50% attack cast speed is ridiculous. I mean, so was 30% and 44% more. Like, so was that. I don't like it. I don't like it. In my opinion, it's a very big nerf in the late game. It massively reduces our damage and like late game. Now, granted, they've been trying to nerf other places, reducing the effectiveness, but like they could have just nerfed the more damage to. But like this is the PoE 1 treatment where other archetypes get to have more damage on the tree and all these other sources of more damage, and everything available to minions, including cluster jewels and whatever, is just increased damage. Attack cast speed is the best damage killer with flat damage. But don't forget, we have no access to flat damage unless it's attacks. Scepters don't have flat damage. We have no ghastly eye jewels. Like, we have no flat damage. Like, Unholy Might is damage as extra, so you can technically see it as flat damage in a way. But more damage would have applied, would also have made that just do more damage. There's also new support gems. I know there's new support gems. I don't know that they're going to reveal them here. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. Raging Spirit is also dead. Raging Spirit is dead. Nobody's using this. No minion player is using Raging Spirit anymore. Maybe for leveling, but you're not going to use it past leveling. Because what is this? Raging Spirits now have a spirit duration of 5 instead of 4. But you can only summon 2 per spell cast instead of 5. So you have to cast 5 times to summon all your Raging Spirits. What is the point? That is my question. What exactly is the point? SRS is good utility on bosses. They have a chance. Define utility, because like, let me see, PoE2 wiki. Unless blind doesn't work the way other ailments work. Blind. So they can apply blind effectively. Day's effect is based on the damage of the hit, if I remember correctly. Just like stun. So asides blind, it's like maybe you're using maim or something. Calling is fair, I guess. Blind, maim is a. I mean, you're not going to spend 30 spirit for maim. Maim is just, if you're spending 30 spirits, you're going to maybe add maim, but like that's it. Knockback is you're not using knockback. You're not spending it for knockback. Like genuinely you're just not. Especially with only summoning two per cast, you're not. Armor break, they don't do enough phase damage to armor break. They convert a large chunk of their damage to fire. So armor break is meh. Exposure, they have to ignite to apply an ignite to then apply exposure, because it would only be on applying the ignites that then what do you call it? You apply the ignite, that applies exposure. Their damage is not going to be high, and as such, they're going to be shit at applying exposure. The only good thing they have there is if you go maybe like Infernal Legion, like you said, Infernal Legion, sure, that would be an automatic ignite that would apply an exposure. But should I tell? What is this? Anyways, it's not good for anything but fire minions, though. I think there are better sources of fire exposure, and I think the benefits of SRS, unless you're specifically using it for exposure, is meh. And if you were going for exposure, you'd probably just want to use what you call them, the Hellhound with exposure, so that you can then actually spend your time casting Eye of Winter instead of spending the time spamming skills, so you can have 2 SRS pop outs. Because like, what? No one's going to. You can't even use Flame Wall for it anymore because the cast time is too long. So yeah, Raging Spirits. You use Firewall because you could use Firewall twice, have 10 SRS, and then Eye of Winter. Now that you no longer have access to 10 SRS instantly, you're going to have to spam SRS just to keep them going because they are squishy. Most of the time, you're not doing anything as in not lately. We must have been playing very different games, because I had way too much to do between summoning SRS, offering, cursing, what do you call it, Eye of Winter, and you had to make sure Eye of Winter stacks didn't fall. Like, use Spell Cascade. Spell Cascade, don't you understand? This is 2 max per cast. Spell Cascade is not helping you get more. Per cast, you are only getting 2. This, it doesn't help you. You're still only going to get 2. This says per spell cast. So the most you can get once you press the button to cast that spell is 2. You are going to get 2, and that's it. You can spell Cascade. Yes. I likely wouldn't use it unless I was going like an evasion build and needed blind. Or if I needed it for like exposure, maybe. Those are the only like 2 scenarios I use it. Otherwise, I'm not touching it. I already wasn't using it when it was like previous 5. So like I'm not going to use it. Give me a second. Okay, we're back. Calling plus fire supports are still good, and now you don't have to rely on dog because dog was too good anyways. No time final, we can tell them our thoughts and they might change the stuff. Also, I agree with them removing the curse shit. Everyone would just use weapon slot 2 for it instead of actually investing in the second skill. They don't everyone force to place BS clunky and create mechanics. They want the game to be engaging and active. I mean, I'm not against the curse nerfs or whatever. I just don't think minions' life needed to be nerfed. I don't think the experience we got league starts needed to be made worse. Like, I don't care that the damage is going up or down or whatever. It's like I don't really care about that. Like, damage is whatever. you're nerfing the bosses. Maybe you do a good job, maybe you won't, maybe you need to be adjusted, whatever. I don't care. But like the experience of having your minions spawn die, spawn die, spawn die, spawn die, like that I'll care about. If it takes me a minute to kill a boss while my minions are constantly hitting it, I will feel better than if it takes me a minute of my minions spawn dying their way to killing the boss. It might be the same amount of DPS overall, but one clearly has me feeling way worse about the situation than the other. That is my problem. That is my biggest issue with what I have seen so far on the patch notes. There was no reason to invest in minion life or res before. There still isn't. Right now, the only thing you want to do is you want to get your respawn time to 4 seconds. You want to ignore everything else. You want to spend every single spirit you have on your DPS minions, and then you want to use fresh what's the name of that thing? Last gasp on them. You just sacrifice one support gem slot, and now you don't have to worry about anything anymore. All their minion life nerf doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. They are living for 4 seconds and respawn after 4 seconds. That might end up being the meta, because we just won't be able to keep them alive. They were already dying in I never used last cap. I used it for my clerics to keep my minions alive. So like I knew the importance of keeping my minions alive. Like it was already hard enough as is. Now either we have to spend everything we have in investing into like minion defenses before we start speccing into offenses, or like we're gonna have a very rough experience, or we just ignore everything, go all full giga damage everywhere, ignore any minion defense, and then just slot in last gasp. One of these is going to be the meta. The question is which, and I don't know that that's the right direction personally. Improve the performance of spawning very high amounts of raging spirits. If you spawn a large number of spirits at the same time, the spawning of them is now spread out over a short duration. You're thinking of playing the game as kill, never stop or dodge. What they want is you to think about when and how you will engage in combat. And what I am saying is I don't think I've ever met a minion player who says, you know what I want to do for this boss fight? I want to dodge mechanics and tell my minions to dodge them as well. I don't think that's something you want to deal with. I don't think you want to say, okay, you want to have to worry about dodge rolling out of Count Giorno's slam while simultaneously telling your minions to move. Like, that is my problem. Like, at least they are invincibles, but now if they are dying, you might hold off and heal them, so that they can just die in the first minute, like in the first second of combat. Killing them doesn't matter if they can be 100 to 0'd. That's what I'm saying. Like, it really doesn't matter if they can just be 100 to 0'd. If their max life is low enough, that's what's gonna happen. Early game, when we have no scaling in minion life because we don't have points, and we don't even have what do you call it? We do not have points, we do not have gem levels. What are we gonna do? They were already spawn dying. This was already the experience you had in PoE 2 right now. They literally spawn die on any bosses. You go face Draven, spawn die. Oh, they just managed to respawn. He's going to do his wave attack. They're all going to die. But now they have less life, so they can die quicker. They give us a support gem with more life, more damage, and more size. Yes, and it also has like flat reservation and a multiplier for reservation. It takes you like 36 reservation to 59. It almost cuts your number of minions by a third. in the league we have specters. I don't think that's going to be what you want to do. Snipers were just very cheap. That's the only thing. And honestly, with the level of investment you need to get to like very high spirits, I don't think it's actually bad you can get to 50. Now, were they balanced comparatively to like other minions with spirit costs? Probably not. But like, at that point, you worry about the sniper's cost and not on making everybody else just squishy. It wasn't very easy. Like, you had to get specific pieces, and in a trade environment, those pieces could be expensive. Not mirror gear? Yeah, but do you know what was that gem again? The unique gem that gave you against, I think it was against the darkness, that had spirits. Do you know how expensive that was? That was hundreds of divines for that one alone. Like this one, the one that had, where's spirits? Spirits, this guy. Notable passives had, you needed this guy, you needed the spirit grand spectrum. You needed the spirit grand spectrum. I think it was this guy. You needed, and grand spectrum was on the cheaper side towards the end, but in the higher phases, like it wasn't free, is my point. But it's too easy to play the game right now. I mean, if you say it's too easy to play the game right now, hear me out. If you say the reason is it's too easy, and let's say the difficulty was 100%, is going from 100% difficulty to 5,000% difficulty the logical next step when you say it was too easy, or is going to like 200% or 150% difficulty they've made us squishier. They've made us more freezable. They've made our minions squishier. They've made our minions do less damage. Oh my goodness. Okay. Where were we?
Have you even gotten to the scepter mod part?
No, I'm still on spirits. Improve the performance. I read that one. Require ballista. Sacrifice now has insane minion revive slowly modifier. So like all those minion DDs in shambles. Skeletal Arsonist explosive demise skill deals fire damage equal to 12% of minions max life, previously 50%, and now has bigger explosion radius. Wait, the skill scaled with minion max life? I didn't even know that. Skeletal Brute quality now causes Brute to inflict more stun build up instead of having increased max life. I can agree with that. That's nice. Frost Mage Ice Bomb has longer cooldown. No one uses this, so who cares? Skeletal Reavers now correctly gain rage on hit with their command skill while their command enrage is active. How were they not gaining it before? Skeletal Storm Mage chain count now scales up with minion gem level. Thank goodness! Storm Mage is actually going to feel pretty decent now with the +4 chain. That's insane at gem level 20, by the way. I like that change. Skeletal Warriors can no longer be engraved in... Oh, wait, what? As it was only provided as a stopgap until the functionality was implemented. Existing copies of Skeletal Warrior skill gem have been turned into Skeletal Sniper gems. Warrior skill granted by some scepters now allow you to summon additional skeleton by reserving spirit in addition to the 2 free ones automatically. So to have Skeletal Warriors, you need that scepter now. You no longer have access to the gem. Okay. Okay. I bet you they looked at retention rate of players and when they quit, and it's 1,000% the end game. I mean, people quit in the end game, but there are also many people who didn't make it to the end game. Number of people who quit in the end game, like naturally, that's going to be the point people quit, because unless you play the end game infinitely, you're going to quit in the end game once you get to the end game. Like, I don't know that there's any data value to be had in people quitting in the end game, except maybe if they're fresh into the end game, sure. But like, I don't think people were quitting fresh into the end game that frequently. People were quitting in the end game. That's the same thing with PoE 1. You get to end game and farm. I mean, am I missing something? You quit in the end game after you had farmed. People are quitting in the end game after they have farmed and they've gotten to where they want to go. They're not just getting to the end game and quitting. The vast majority of people I have seen have gotten to the end game and farmed and then quit after they got what they wanted. The end game was the weakest point of the game. It was the point that had the least work. It's the point they've been trying to refine. The end game has had problems aside the quote unquote ease. I don't think the game it's that easy. I quit PoE 2 endgame after a week. That is fair, but you also put in a shit ton of hours. Like, I think you put in more hours into PoE 2 than I do when the game came out.
People get the rogue treatment where they quit as soon as they get there.
Yeah, like people were having a rough time. Like, either people just got into endgame, started getting wrecked because they are new to PoE, and then they quit because of that. They weren't quitting because they were achieving their goals too easily or too quickly. If you being on Reddit, you will see the vast majority of comments where things were being too expensive, people were being outpriced by the market, and they couldn't progress. That was the common what's it called? That was the common, I don't know, experience that people had. It wasn't because it was too easy to get your gear, or it was too easy to get to end game and be invincible. That was not the common experience. That was you are an outlier because you played degen hours early, and like in that time, in the first week, we were able to get a lot of like good, like decent gear, and yeah, you could achieve what you wanted to early, but like you weren't interested in playing like new skills or all these other things to spend the currency elsewhere. Like, yeah, your experience was easy, but like you also have to acknowledge that part of that is the amount of time you put into the game that allowed you to achieve that. And again, when it comes to this, in the context of the changes they've made so far, they've made it so it's, I don't know, so far, what the changes I have seen are like, they made it so it's a lot harder to stay alive, for one. They've made it so you have respawns now. So in that sense, maps are also easier. What else did they say? Minions are now dying a whole lot more frequently. What else have I seen? Less damage, more less damage, even less damage. And that's SSF2. I also played trade and was one-shotting bosses in 2 weeks with a full-time job. I mean, again, we're still saying the same thing. You still put in way more time than the average person would, and you got rewarded for it. That is the ARPG experience. Now, your journey was short. That is just because of that. Genuinely, is just because it's a new game, and the market hadn't regulated. So like with trade, that much was obvious. Now it's going to be a longer journey, but like I don't know if it's going to be fun having your minions die every 2 seconds. I don't know if this is actually the experience they're going for. I don't know that having to spend a lot of points into minion defenses and not even in yours before you then have to worry about your damage. I don't think that's the play either. No one likes nerfs, but it had to be done. I'm not saying they are bad and they shouldn't have done it. I'm just saying they are nerfs. Like, so far, all I've said is they are nerfs. Grim Fist is dead. It literally, it's not in the game anymore. Right? I'm saying like minions being squishy. The problem is, I even gave the example. Even if I'm doing the exact same DPS, killing a boss in a minute, I'm going to feel much worse if my minions are spawned dying into the 1 minute kills rather than being alive to DPS all through that 1 minute kill. Same amount of time to achieve the same result, but the way we achieved it is different, and with the dying portion, I do not like that. That is what I am saying. Avoid getting in risky situation. How do you avoid getting into risky situations? The game is a risky situation. Do you just not play maps? Is that how you avoid getting into risky situations? Because you go in, monsters are going to attack you. There is no pacifist map you're going into that it's not happening. You shouldn't be able to be. I'm not saying you should be. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, nerfing minion life is not the way to do this. I'm not saying pain offering shouldn't have been nerfed. I'm saying the way they nerfed it is bad. Don't remove the more damage multiplier, because like in PoE 1, we have no more damage multipliers and we see how rough minions can be to skill in PoE 1. Syndicate operatives, 12 link, all of these jazz, I am still dealing less than 20 mil. Whereas a non-minion build would be, with the same level of investment, would be at like 100, 200 mil DPS with decent defenses. And if they don't have decent defenses, then they're doing more damage and clearing off screen. Grim Fist being nerfed was 100%, like, it was called for. It needed a change. Eldritch Battery Mom needed something done about it. Energy Shield was generally too strong, with Overflow being readily available for everybody. Now that Grim Fist is out, Overflow is no longer a thing. That effectively cuts your max ES by half. Just last season, this season, your ES is half. Effectively. By not existing. We are also probably going to see more nerfs to ES. I am not saying that is bad for the game. What I am complaining about is minions and nerfing their life. That is the one thing I have said, this is bad. They nerfed curses. I don't care. Like, we're doing less damage. Okay. I don't care if we're doing less damage. That's one thing you need to realize. I don't care if we're doing less damage. At the end of the day, we're going to be playing a fun game. That's the whole point. It's going to be a fun game, right? But if my minions are spending 66 to like 80% of the time dead, that is no longer fun for me. It's fun, but it sucks, but they revive automatically in 3 seconds just to die again. What am I missing? Have you seen how wide the AoEs are? How do you want to stop your minions from dying? Against this PoE 2 Act 2 skeleton boss. How do you want to stop your minions from dying against this? Endless, but that, like, genuinely asking, where is the get good play that would keep your minions from dying here? Like, where is it? I genuinely want to know. How do you stop your minions from dying here? They are going to eat the hits. They have, from what I've seen, they haven't reduced respawn timers by default. We're still going to have the same respawn timer, so they're going to respawn once all your minions have stopped dying. Again, important, they all have to have stopped dying, which means if after an attack there's one minion left and they then die, well, they keep dying. They're not coming back. It's because of DD and shit. I mean, DD is fine. They nerfed sacrifice already. Like, I think that is fine. And if it was because of DD, then they should have given minions a toughness stat. They did the exact same thing in PoE 1. They could have done that here. But in Jonathan's words, minions were fine. He playtested minions and they were fine. But then they nerfed the life. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to doom So we're going to move on, but like we'll see. That's all I can say. We'll see. I'm not a fan of the change, anyways. What else are we doing? Snipe's attack speed multiplier have been adjusted so that the attack time matches the time until a perfect strike. This is mainly to improve. Oh, this is snipe, not skeletal warriors and or skeletal snipers and snipe. They want you to use life and resistance passives and support, otherwise they're useless. But do you understand something very simple about minion builds is that you have so many axes you're trying to scale on the tree that it is, let me just put which I think which is the only one. You have so many axes from like minion damage, minion crits, minion attack cast speed that to also scale minion defenses, something's got to give. We don't even have dual sockets anymore. So sure, like we now have to pick defensive nodes, sure. But would those defensive nodes matter if a minion has, let's say for an extreme example, let's say a minion has 1 life, no matter how much resistance you slap on it, when it takes damage, it's going to die. Now, once like in the current state of the game, your minions were going to die regardless. Even if you scale those things, they weren't immortal, they were going to die. Which is why people didn't bother scaling it, because they were going to die. Now you're making it so they die even easier. So then you would spend, wait, so you're telling me I would have to spend, look at these nodes. If I wanted to cap my minions defenses, let me just say skeletal, let's say sniper. 0% all res. If I wanted to cap their resistances baseline, I would have to, does this have res? I'd have to go here, pick up res. I'd have to pick up res here, pick up res here. We're still not capped. Chaos res is here. Nice PDR. Yeah, there's chaos res here. I'd have to pick chaos res here. I'd have to pick minion chaos res here. We're at 40%. None of these are resistance. So this is minion chaos res, all of that. Again, we are here. So now we have to go in here, pick up lightning res, cold res, fire res, and now they are capped on elemental res and high capped on chaos res. I have spent 55 points in my passive tree already. I haven't spent a single point into damage. Except these 2 nodes and maybe this 3 nodes. And I guess some of these guys as well. I haven't started scaling damage. I haven't scaled crits. I haven't scaled only, okay, we do have Phrecia extra here. So like, do you see what I mean? Like, we've spent 55 points already. We haven't scaled our defenses, which we have gotten giga nerfed on defenses. We haven't scaled that yet. We haven't scaled block. We haven't scaled armor or ES or whatever we're using. We haven't scaled maybe exposure effect or whatever else we might want to scale. We haven't scaled minion AoE. We haven't scaled wither. We haven't scaled a lot of shit. But we already have to travel like these parts, non-negotiable. And keep in mind, this is even taking this path when realistically you probably have to spend points to go through here. So realistically, we should be doing this instead. So it's not even 55 points. It should be something like this. Those points are next to damage. You're not understanding me. They're next to damage, sure. But we are scaling an axis extremely that other archetypes do not have to scale. We're scaling minion damage, we're scaling minion life, we're scaling minion res. We're scaling minion stats. those have no bearing on us. So we still have to spend points to scale our defenses. We need to get our life. We need to get our regen. We need to get our ES, our armor, our block. We need to get all these things as well. That's my point. In the current state of the game, even with all this scaling, they are going to die. They're going to die less often, but they are going to die. So you spend all these points scaling just for them to still up and die. I wish other builds. I mean, that's the thing. They don't. That's just reality. They don't. And I'm not even trying to get them nerfed or whatever. I just think like there has to be a middle ground that allows it to feel better to scale the things we need to scale. Luxury of infinite respawn. I would rather they just didn't die rather than having them constantly respawning. Like, after investing this much into capping their res, keep in mind chaos res is even capped, so we need to still find sources of minion chaos res. So we aren't done yet. Yeah. Now chaos res is capped. PDR, not so much. Face damage would still kill them. They only have 25% PDR. So, you know, we're not done yet. Where's minion? Minion physical. There's physical damage reduction here. So 57%. Let's say that's enough. 70 points spent so far. We've spent more than half of the total amount of points we get. Now, if we pick up minion damage, sure. We're using an AoE minion. We pick up these nodes. Let's say we're doing crit weakness. We're going to try getting crits. We want damage as well. We want them to be tankier, of course. We want just a bit of block, nothing crazy, just a little bit. Notice how I'm already on 86. I haven't put a single point into ES values, into armor values, into life, and by life I mean like there's some very specific life nodes, but into any of that, into recoup, none of that. We still have minion damage here if we wanted to, 91. And they're all very spaced out, so it's not like you're getting these nodes without traveling. Right now, they are just automatic crossbows. I don't think there's any universe where they would ever be anything but automatic crossbows, unless they want you to manually heal them. They're next to other points you would already take. I mean, I don't know about you, but I would probably want to scale ES to some degree, especially if I was going Infernalist or even Lich for that matter. So I'd want to be here. I'd want to be here. I'd want to probably be here for ES shield recharge. We haven't even taken revive. I forgot about revive. Oh my goodness, how can I forget about revive timer? Jesus, what am I? Am I the noob? So we still have more points that we spent. So we also need to be here. I also want ES here, ES here. Now I want you to take that thought process. Okay, so nice of 8k ES on a budget, you get 4k. We're getting 8k ES with Grim Feasts. Now remove the overflow, we have 4k. Then proceed to add the nerf to the base types for ES, which we're going to get, and you now have like 3k. But that is this is us people who have like a lot of time in the game. That's before Grim Feast. Oh, we weren't getting 8k on a budget without Grim Feast. On a budget, that's not happening. That was not happening. Unless you're sacrificing some obvious things, we weren't getting 8k without investment, without like on a budget. No, to get 8k, you obviously already had like really expert bases with like 2-3 mods ES alongside your res. It's not budget. Oh my goodness. Where is YouTube? I have my builds. Like I can actually show you let me just pull up PoE2. Let me just find the video. Here I had 9k after ES because I invested into life so I could actually scale spirits with Infernalist. You were not getting 8, like we weren't getting 8k unless we sacrificed, like we instead of getting life nodes, we weren't getting that, or we're sacrificing spirit in your chest piece. Like you're giving up a lot to get 8k ES. We weren't just having it for free. Like after Grimfeast, sure, but without Grimfeast, it's not happening on the budget. You never skill left, and that is fair. You never skill left, and again, fair. But again, it is not a budget. ES was meta. If you had any piece of gear with ES and it had like double or triple ES mods, that shit was expensive. So again, not on a budget. It was possible, but not on a budget. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't possible on a budget. Unless you were giving up like level of minion skills on helmet, or you were giving up spirit on your chest piece, or you were giving up something to have that much ES. Something you would much rather have in the previous state of the game. 5 divines per slot, that was early on. That was very early on. By the time I came back from my Christmas break, that shit was not 5 divines. I'll tell you that much. It wasn't 5 divines per slot unless I was skipping out on, again, spirits maybe, or I was skipping out on important stats. The moment you start having all these stats you need, you weren't getting to 8k ES on a budget. That's my point. And keep in mind, 5 divines per slot is also not a budget. That is expensive. For the average player, that is very expensive. But like, I'm even ignoring that. You had to invest to get to 8k ES. So that's my point. You make 5 divines an hour easy? No. No. In PoE2, no. We're making 5 divines an hour. I would do a full stream of Trial of Chaos. Like that is 3 hours. I would get maybe 1 or 2 rarity, which would be 2 divines, so like 4 divines. In the other soul cores, I would make, let's say, 3 divines. Maybe, give or take. So in the stream, I'd make like 9-ish, 10, maybe slightly less divines. And that is in 3 hours. So that's like 2 to 3 divines an hour. And I was on the more efficient side. 5 divines an hour was not easy. Boss frags plus cores, 15 minutes a run, 1 divine per run. Boss frags per core. We weren't getting 1 divine per run. There was 1 expensive boss fragment. The others were cheap. There were 2 cheap boss fragments, and the expensive one was when you had the bullshit Mr. Tornado spinny at the end, because people would die there and it was rarer. So that one was like double the price of the other. So if you didn't get that guy, you weren't getting that. You don't do trial though. What do you mean I don't do trial? Do you know what do you mean I don't do trial? I slept in trial. I did over 100 last league. Trial of Chaos? I slept like what? Trial is bad money compared to others. I mean, if you're comparing it to like this, to like Meta Breach, sure, it is. But compared to like other non I don't mean, okay, not me specifically. Okay. What I'm saying is like I am on the more efficient. I am not an average player, right? I know the game. I know how to make money. I know how to get as much power as I can for, on a budget and everything. I am not a new player. But like, I'm saying it wasn't I am telling you it wasn't free to get 8k ES. It wasn't just, oh, I have a couple divines now. Okay, I have 8k ES. Like, it wasn't that. You had to work for it. And when you did, you were typically sacrificing life, which I didn't want to sacrifice life, which is why I had like 9k after Grim Feast. So to get to 8k before Grim Feast, you had to actually go like ES, at least double ES on your helmet, on your chest piece, on your shield. Most likely you had to have ES on your shield. You're probably not going block at that point because you're going for a focus. And then on your, I think, what else was good? Gloves and boots were not the best for ES. And then maybe you go, if you went Everlasting Gaze, or what was the other, the amulet that gave you ES, then sure, maybe, but you instead go for a +3 or +2 minion amulet, and that would take away from the ES you could potentially have. So again, you're not getting 8k ES free. You could get maybe 4k on a budget. If you wanted to say budget, you could get 4k, 6k on a budget, and then when you invested, you would get 8k, 9k, and this is, I'm talking about pre-Grim Feast values, of course. In essence, if I'd have to spend a week on cluster, I mean, you can't compare PoE 1 to PoE 2 in terms of content. One game has been out like 11 years. The other has been out for 3. It's not even out yet. It's in early access. Like, you can't compare it. It's not supposed to be compared. It's not fair to compare it. And at that point, there's no point upgrading because you just do things faster. I mean, it's the same thing in PoE 1. You just do things faster. The only thing is, like, you have content that you can't do, but like, look at it this way. In PoE 1, T17s require something of you that honestly is, I won't say it's the healthiest for the game in terms of, at least it's not the healthiest for build creation, right? It limits the viable build design space and all of that. So if you ignore T17s, the only thing you realistically can't do, and keep in mind, even Ubers you can do on a budget and then just use your upgrades to do it quicker. Like, you can do Ubers realistically with, like, I don't know how much damage I would say. I think people who are tanky enough do it in like 15 mil DPS, shape like non-Uber DPS. 20 mil, you just need to know how to avoid the mechanics. If you're good at them, you do them with less DPS. And then getting more, like, playing the game more means doing those faster. That is just the core ARPG experience. It's not that there's no point. That is the entire experience. Now, the way you might be doing this in PoE 1 might be different, i.e. you're doing Delve, you're doing Delve for your modifiers, you're doing Delirium for this, you're doing this for that. And of course, PoE 2 doesn't have that level of content. That is not even up for debate. Like, that's not what we're debating here or anything. It's like, at the end of the day, you're doing all these things so you could clear the content quicker. Because getting to T16s in PoE is not hard. SSF, you can once you have like all res, your Captain res, you can get to T16s. It's not hard. But then you invest more so you could run harder T16s. And so you can clear pinnacle bosses quicker. And so you can do this more efficiently. And so you can then upgrade even further to then do like Uber bosses more efficiently or with more success rate, because now you're doing more damage. It's the exact same gameplay loop in PoE 2. Only difference is there's less mechanics, there's less to do. Could not do Maven without Delve done and clusters done. It depends on the build. Bama doesn't need Delve to do its clusters. It doesn't need any of that. You're good. You literally have a decent bow with essences. You have your passive tree. You have some levels. You're good to go. Maven dies. So long, guys, you know how to avoid mechanics. If your problem with PoE2 is that there's not enough content, that is fair. That is a fair take to have. But you can't say because there's less to do, I'm done within a week and there's no point in upgrading because I'll only do more to do it quicker, because that is the point. That is what we've always done. There's just less variety, just less to do. Like, it's fair if you run out of content quick, but like saying there's no reason to upgrade because it's only more doing it more efficiently is akin to saying the same thing for PoE1. There's no reason to upgrade because you can do T17s. The reason you upgrade is to become harder to kill in said content. It's to be able to run the content more efficiently, do it in less time, and die less. That's why you upgrade. So I think we actually disagree here, because like Diablo as an example is making a similar change where they are not actually adding any content, but they are making it harder to get to the content you can complete. So they are artificially increasing playtime, not by adding more content, but by making it take longer to get to like Torment 4. And I don't think that's good. Personally, I don't think that is a healthy way for a game to add playtime. I think artificial playtime like that gets people to quit the game permanently. Torchlight did the same thing. I didn't log in for last league. D4 is doing it. I'm not entirely sure if I'll log in. I might try it, and if it's BS, I just won't bother. It's not longer, it's more difficult. It's both. If there's no content but it's really hard, you get more enjoyment out of it. The loot also feels better. If there is no content, there is no content. Full stop. Am I missing something? How many times can you run a nightmare dungeon before you get tired of the fact that you're running nightmare dungeons? Whether or not it's incredibly hard or incredibly easy, sure, it being harder would make it so you have more to strive to do. But the moment you're tired of nightmare dungeons, you're not gonna play it. Period. Like, that's just basic. You can artificially extend players' playtime for as long as you want, but if there's no content, people are not going to stay. Did you play on release? I spent hours dying to Orgham, and it was the first time I actually had a difficult combat, and to me that was the most fun. Again, I agree to disagree here, because like I played on release. I spent 28-ish hours live. On my first playthrough was 28 hours long. I died 5 times on Count Giornor. My hands were hurting by the time I killed him. I was having fun because it was a new game, not because it was this punishing thing that kept me dying and whatever. That's not why I was having fun. I was having fun because it was a new game. I was enjoying the content that I was playing. I wasn't enjoying having my minions die every 2 seconds. They spawn died. That was an awful feeling. I was enjoying the game, but I had a bad experience with that. Those are two very distinct, like, those have two very distinct, I guess, data points I would point to. Like, having to dodge enemies as I waded through like these zones, I had fun doing that. It was challenging. I had fun. Having to wait for my minions to respawn to do any amount of damage while I'm just staring at an enemy saying, "Hello, guy. Like, what's up? Just give me like 4 seconds real quick. You'll be sorry." Then my last minion dies. Okay, give me an extra 5 seconds. I'm gonna get to you real quick. Just chill right there. That wasn't fun. That was not fun. So I'm just saying, You will not have to do that because you do less damage due to investing in minions. I mean, the fact that on Conjuring on my hand started hurting, I don't think that's a good thing. Like, if anything, that would have made me take a break from the game. Now, maybe that's a different conversation to be had because WASD, but like, you know, because I think after that one, I switched from WSD to click to move to rest my left hand. So my right hand was now doing most of the clicking, and then I eventually switched back, yada, yada, yada. Like, that's besides the point. You have no defenses. Maybe we're just looking for two different things. Because, like, I mean, I'm not playing PoE to play souls. I'm just saying. I want a challenge. I'm not looking to play souls here. I didn't buy Dark Souls. Like, this isn't Dark. Like, I'm not trying to have a Dark Souls experience. I'm trying to have a challenging ARPG experience. And an ARPG experience involves getting stronger and blowing shit up on repeat, doing the exact same thing for hours, but somehow thinking it's different. I'm not. Then play PoE 1 is not a constructive argument, my guy. It's not constructive. I'm not looking for PoE 1. I'm happy with PoE 2. I'm saying it needs more content. I'm not complaining about PoE 2. You're the one saying PoE 2 was too easy. I was fine with PoE 1 or PoE 2. I'm fine with both games. I'm fine with what they're doing. I honestly don't understand the go play PoE 1 argument. I'm going back to patch notes. PoE 2 has nothing to think about with passives or gearing outside a few interactions. I disagree there. So the challenge should come from combat. I disagree there. PoE 2 does have quite a bit to think about. It might be much simpler than PoE 1, but it does have meaningful decisions you have to make. Number one, and biggest example, you only have 123 points to spend. You have to figure out how much you want to spend into minion defenses, minion offenses, your defenses, your cursing, all these other things, blocking. That's already defenses. The PoE 2 devs clearly agree. Again, I'm not saying the content should be easier or harder. My qualm, again, is only minion life. That's the only thing I've complained that I said is just bad. This is what they want from the game. We don't know that, actually. They are testing shit out because it's EA. They haven't said this is what we want. They haven't said, oh, we don't want you to they've said they want things to go crazy in the end game. They've said they want you to have the power fantasy. They said like, am I missing something? So how would you nerf them? How would I nerf what? ES was too strong. ES needed to be nerfed. Armor needs to be buffed. The balance needs to be equalized. You can't have one defense archetype being crazily overtuned while one is suffering. The end game is red maps on 3 mod gear. I mean, the end game realistically just needs more crafting. Not even more crafting. It needs better. I won't say better loot. There's a middle ground between loot and crafting that it needs, where it should be feasible that within a certain amount of playtime you get optimal gear. Now, let me just. This is going to be the last example, and then I'm going back to patch notes. But if we look at PoE 2, PoE 1, I can have a build guide like my strength stacking zombie mancer, and you can have items like these where all the stats are set in stone, and I can go in game and I can make these items. PoE 2 doesn't need that level of determinism in its crafting, but it does need some level of determinism to where the average player can at least get up to like 3 mod items with 2 nice to haves, like 2 to 3 optimal item affixes, and then nice to haves past that. It shouldn't take you 5 months to get that. And the argument of however long it takes you, that is honestly not even reflective of in-game difficulty. I hope you know this. However long it takes, it's a reflection on the markets in a trade environment. Like in SSF, that's different. But I'm talking about, like, I am talking about trade environment because I play trade. I can only make comments about trade environment. And in a trade environment, you're only as good as how much money you have in terms of gear pieces. And gear was not free. It wasn't free getting 800 spirits with 8k pre-Grim Feast ES, and it wasn't free. You had to grind the shit out of that to get there. We weren't making 5 divines an hour in trade, at least, unless you were doing like unless you were actually like going out of your way to like farm breach and stack rarity and all of these other things. We weren't making 5 divines an hour. Though most people get bored once the build feels strong, powerful enough to achieve everything. It depends. It depends on what content you're interested in doing. PoE1, you can get bored once you're comfortable clearing T16s. Whereas I could get bored when it's clearing T17s. The other person could get bored when it's clearing Ubers. The other person could get bored when it's clearing Pinnacles. Everybody has a different point where they get bored with a build. There are some people who find the most fun in min-maxing a build, getting as much power as they can out of the build, proceeding to spend like make like 10 mirrors and spend it all on one build. There are people like that in PoE1. Like, different strokes for different folks. I understand how I am personally, like, but I can't use my experience and say this is the only way to play. A lot of newer players play that. I've had friends who were on the newer side of our PoE2. The market was unapproachable for them. Like, that's just the truth. Aside from people who can hyper focus on repeating the same, which is a small percent, most average gamers can't sit there and do trial for 100 hours. I agree. I can do that for I can do trials for an insane amount of time, but like, the average person is gonna do that. They want to experiment with different content. They want to play different builds. They want to experience different things. And the moment you're not putting all your investment into one build, you quickly realize that shit isn't free. I had like, how many builds did I make last week? I made my arsonists. Then I went into storm mages, I believe. Then I did a bit of frost mages. Then I did dark effigy. Then I did artillery ballista. So 5 builds. Now, out of these 5 builds, the first 3 use pretty similar pieces. So moving between them, I had to spend a bit of money getting 6 links and some extra things, but I didn't need to change too much. Maybe some jewels change, stuff like that, but I didn't have to change too much. But like for the last 2, I had to get entirely new gear pieces, completely new stuff. And at the end of the day, it's simple. It's like, did I have fun? I had fun. Did I think the game was too easy? No, I didn't think the game was too easy. Once I got bored of playing my one build, I went to a different build. Am I going to say you're wrong for thinking the game went easy because your one build could clear everything? No. It's your way of playing, and that's fair. That's fair. You have your way of playing, I have my way of playing. Everyone has their way of playing. But to say the game isn't how I want, it should be harder. They're making it harder. If you don't like that, go play PoE1. I don't think that progresses the conversation in any meaningful way. But hey, maybe that's just me. All right, I've digressed from patch notes for quite a bit. We're 3 hours in, so we're going back into patch notes. So offering, well, no one used that anyways. It's practically not a minion skill. Toxic growths. I'm kind of curious about this. Toxic growth now requires more stored poison to reach max radius and damage, and more stored poison to expire faster. Pursuit duration time is now 15 seconds. Stored poison now adds up to, so basically it sounds like they just got in toxic growth. Hey, good luck to toxic growth gamers. Unearthed bone construct duration is now 15 seconds instead of 12. Quality now adds seconds to bone construct duration. So you get an extra second here, and they're 3 seconds longer. So bone construct should be less annoying to build up. Now the experience to T15 should be more challenging. Do you get more to that part of the end game and then you defeat the final boss? Everyone's salty about the nerfs. I totally understand it. It makes your stuff literally unplayable. Or other builds flying around one type and everything, but that's not what happened here. I mean, we don't know what's happened here. We haven't played it. They're nerfing shit. If minions are dying at the blink of an eye, and you make them tankier, sure, they're tankier, but then you're going to run into tougher mobs that will still blow them in the blink of an eye. Doesn't change anything. Anyways, discipline and purity auras granted by scepters now apply to the player wielding the scepter as well as your allies. Oh, wait, so they didn't before? Does that mean discipline was just trash? Oh my goodness, so like it just was trash then. I mean, I never used it, so like it's no surprise. Withering presence, wither duration is 6 seconds. So they buffed withering presence and now withers every enemies in every. Oh, they giga buffed withering presence. They giga nerfed poison clouds AoE. Holy shit. They giga nerfed that to the ground. Support changes. Astral projection now have less AoE. Oh, they buffed it. Brutality has 25% more fizz. Is there any support gem I should worry about? None of these matter. Control destruction and this not correctly are not socketable into skills which had secondary damaging hits but no spell damage hits. These supports were never scaling damage of these skills and were just incorrectly socketable. Huh? Exploit weakness now it causes supporter skills to consume fully broken armor to deal 40% more damage instead of 50%. So they nerfed that. So they're nerfing. Now if you want to get life on your minions, okay, because Arbiter has less life anyways. Also, res over have less modifiers. I think you'll find it mostly bans. They had to delete the immortal one tapping bullshit, and to compensate, they made bossing significantly easier. I mean, we don't. They nerfed bosses. Your argument is they nerf bosses, so it should be easier, so you can spec into more life. But here's the things you're not mentioning in that thought process. By picking more life, you're taking less damage, but the things that were giving you damage previously have been nerfed, so you have less damage from them. Your skill gem is giving you less damage already. Your support gems are giving you less damage, and now you're taking points that you would have spent on damage on the tree to put into life and defenses. Those are like 3 to 4 different axes of damage I just mentioned that you just have less of. So it's not a case of you just lost like a tiny bit of damage and now their life is a lot lower, so you're still the same. No, you're coming out with significantly less damage, and they have some less life to compensate. Like they tapped so many different axes that's like I wouldn't be surprised if we feel very, 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 very weak on launch. Just saying. Scatter shot now has 35% less damage instead of 20%. So scatter shot is dead unless you have a reason to run scatter. I mean, that's always been the scatter shot experience, but like goddamn, that's a lot of less damage. Feeding frenzy and meat shield can no longer support minions which are undamageable. Like what? What is an undamageable minion? Wait, what undamageable minions are there? Are we talking about like is it Warbringer's minions? I can't think of many minions that can't be damaged. SRS can be damaged. They aren't undamageable. They just fly, they can be killed. They die to AoE, they die to hits. They just fly, so they're immune to ground effects and ground sparks. They can be targeted, but they can be damaged. This says undamageable, not untargetable. AoE would kill them. Maybe they're putting in new minions that can't be. That is possible. There might be new stuff. There could be new stuff. Strip away exposure now has increased effect. They nerfed strip away. Did they touch? What is the name of? Is fiery something, right? Ignite prolif. Did they change that? Oh my goodness. Withering Touch now has a chance to apply Withered based on the amount of chaos damage dealt. So they're giving Wither the Ignite treatment. I guess it's a flat chance, not ailment threshold chance. At least there's that. Okay. They're supposed to affect damage taking, but they can't take damage. Yes, the new arrow volley thing is immortal. Oh yeah, you have a point. They're counted as minions, so you wouldn't be able to use them for the tactician or whatever his name is. Unique items against the darkness now has medium. Oh god, so they nerfed against the darkness radius. No longer causes small passives in radius to also grant max life, max mana. Instead, it now causes to grant flat life and flat mana. Ashramentis now has a bigger roll range. Existing versions of the unique can be made worse with a divine orb. Lol. Atzeris Disdain now has 10% damage taking bypasses. And now has gain 15. So they giga nerfed this shit. Fire of the Storm now triggers Lightning Bolt, Self Greater Lightning Bolt, Crown of the Victor. So Dream Fragment Unique Ring provides half the increased max mana it used to. Everlasting Gaze now causes you to gain 6% of max mana as extra ES. From 30! It is a fifth of its original value. Oh my lord. Okay. Chayula cannot be light stunned. Fire Flower, increased rarity of items found. Ghost Ride, 25% of max life converted. Hands of Wisdom and Action, the gloves of the hour. Let's see. It now adds 1 to 10 lightning damage per 20 in. So they basically have the added lightning damage. And then they cut the attack cast speed by a third, more or less. It takes less dex, but it's practically a third. The per attributes changes will affect existing items, while a divine orb can be used to obtain remaining value changes. It used to be guaranteed, so you start crazy high attacks. With helmet nerf makes Lich less useful, to be honest. The helmet nerf makes the theory crafted being immune to like 40% less damage, more appealing. But here's the thing about the helmet nerf. It's still just baseline 20% damage reduction for no reason. Or no reason. You took you spent 4 ascendancy points and the helmet slot, but because of it you're ignoring. Where's the helmet again? Because of it, where's the bypass? Yeah, 10%. And keep in mind with the whole roll range corruption thing, you can actually get this 12%. So you're still at like 22% damage reduction realistically. Before other sources of damage reduction. So it's still decently strong. 10% when you could get 400 ES hat on minion levels etc. I mean, if you had to spend those points, 10% damage, 12% damage reduction could still be a fair bit of defenses. Now for minion builds, probably not, but like there's a universe where like on minion builds, I wasn't entirely sold on going those 2 points either. I was considering going to explode because explode just feels good. You take the points, but not the hearts. It depends. You take the points. I think you take the point because it's just CI without the node, and I think that is very strong. Like it's genuinely CI without the node. But if it doesn't make us as immortal as we think, there's a universe where you go explode instead. Before you'd always take the heart. I mean, yeah, before it was like what? You could get like 31% on the heart, and you had 10%, so that's 41% damage reduction. CI no longer lets you convert, and Chaos does 2x to ES. What do you mean CI no longer lets you convert? I'm so confused. What do you mean? It never lets you convert. You're immune to chaos damage with CI. Ghost Wrath? Your defenses are gone. Ghost Rider Life has extra etc. I know about that. You can no longer convert with CI. I know. I saw the change, but like we weren't planning Ghost Rider with CI either. I'm confused. I'm trying to understand where Ghost Rider came from. We're talking about the ascendancy with life cannot be changed while ES is there, and its interaction with the helmets and stuff. So I kind of don't know where CI and Ghostwrite came into the conversation, is what is confusing me. The Ingenuity belt, or the belt of the hour, it no longer has the bonuses from equipped rings. Instead, it has 30 to 50 increased bonuses gained from left ring, bonuses gained from right ring. So they nerfed the values and made sure it only affected 2 rings in case you wanted that 3rd ring. I'm saying CI is good because chaos hurts. Yeah, but you can be, but in this case you can be CI immune to poison. You can be basically ES immune to poison and still have like 3k life. That's what I'm saying. That could be you. The last flame unique relic. Damage taking cannot be absorbed. Absorption included effects include guard, encasing Jade, and sorcery ward. Mahozoto now has 100% increased effect of soul cores. Now has additional property of everlasting sacrifice. We just can't have nice things, eh? So they just giga nerfed Mahozoto, and I think everlasting sacrifice. I don't know if it's PoE1's everlasting sacrifice. As far as I know, everlasting sacrifice is in PoE2. Yeah, everlasting sacrifice isn't impure too. So unless they have a new version or it will be revealed, we just don't know. Recover all mana when used. Giga nerf. Moria Invictus. Is this a buff? Now generates with 3 random modifiers. But the following random modifiers can no longer roll. We can't get rarity, we can't get life, we can't get mana, we can't get attributes. Spirit has been adjusted to have a roll range. Global defenses has been adjusted. Early res has been adjusted. So now you're going to go for 3 of these, but the most impactful ones you would want are not options anymore. I guess 7%. I mean, getting 35 all res is, I guess, still impactful. Especially considering you can also get res on the chest piece. So like it could be a one size fits all, including global defense. Like it still has its purpose, but like for the most part, Moria Invictus is not going to be used in the same way anyways. Pillar of the Cage God basically got 1%. Like they have its bonuses. Yeah, they basically just have its bonuses. It's half as effective. Queen of the Forest now has 1% per 800 evasion, so not as bad as halving, but like, you know. Sandstorm Visage has critical weakness. Oh, its critical weakness lasts 15 seconds. Oh, that's kind of cool. Temporalis now has -2 to -1 second to cooldown. So the low roll of Temporalis is now the high roll, and there's now a lower roll. They nerfed Trench Timber. Ventor's Gamble rarity range has reduced. Solos Ips unique helmet. They stack with each other. So you could use this. You could use Solos Ips and Gemlin, and the Gemlin has tendency to have 3 of the same support gems on a build. Does that change everything? We could, in theory, have 3 different MI minions with Gemlin now. That's what it means. I'll think about that. Black side training. Apply the alternate bonus they grant or inherit bonus to those attributes. All these are also fine. Item changes. Okay, what were you saying? But you have to take double from chaos instead of 0. I mean, that's fair, but you also have life. So while you're taking double from chaos, you still have a life pool to eat said chaos damage rates beneath it. Whereas with CI, you have nothing. That's a difference. So let's say you have 3k life and 3k ES, you'll be able to eat 4500 chaos if you're ignoring any sort of resistance. Whereas with CI, you would only have you only have 3k ES, which you can eat as much chaos as you want, but you can only take 3k non-chaos damage. Whereas with this one, you still take 4500 fizz, LE, whatever, because you have that life pool beneath. I mean, granted, with CI, you're probably you're going to be skipping life modifier, so maybe you have more ES than non-CI builds, but at the same time, you're not doing anything with the base life. I guess you're gaining per level, whereas the other person is. So it's a choice you need to take. To take that conversion point, you cannot go CI, and now you take double from chaos instead of 0. To take that what do you mean by the conversion point? Why would you do that when you can mitigate elemental much easier? Why would you do why would you do what? Go life and ES instead of CI? Well, the reason you'd go life and ES is because to take that conversion point, you cannot go CI, and now you take double from chaos instead of 0. What conversion points? I'm kind of confused right now. Is there something I'm missing? What conversion? Conversion point of damage taken as life. You mean this guy? So that point on the end helps with damage taken as life, but you must have life to regen mana or ES. I mean, this is true. You can't go CI with this because of the mana bits. But at the same time, honestly, you can just go 100% reduced cost of mana. People were doing that last league with Infernalist. You can do the same thing with Soulless Form, and now you can take CI and this if you wanted to. A lot of investment. I don't know why you do it, but you can do that technically. Pressing scrap that, go CI and take Profane Bloom. I personally would take Unholy Might, and past that, I am undecided on as to what I want to do. Because I'm not too worried about the downside of this because it's very easy to beat 5% of current mana per second. Like that is a non-issue. As for Soulless Form, I always wanted Phylactery, so like it didn't matter to me because I was always going to get Phylactery and Explode. But like that was me. There was a universe I would try this, but that's, I mean, it's 10% damage reduction. That's what it is. I don't plan on, I don't know if I plan on going CI. I might not. We have no reason to scale life, so CI might be the angle. CI might not be the angle. We can go CI if you just go the, like, I'm undecided as to what I want personally, but I can see an argument for this if you want to have like a specific playstyle, but there's realistically no positive. I mean, 10% damage reduction is nice to have, but it's 10% damage reduction, I guess, and poison immunity. But it's for 4 points, whereas you could just, take this node, which is just which is, I almost say arguably stronger, but just shit up better. Like just taking Phylactery. Profane Bloom plus Jewel plus Unholy Might plus CI, then get max res jewels. It's good. I think it's overrated. I mean, for me, I never plan on taking it. It was just a nice, if this works, there could be a play to, make to play around with that, but not. I didn't think I was going to take it on like my build. But that said, I don't know if I'm going to go max res jewels here. I'm probably going to use max ES will be in there. I'll likely have a jewel that has like minion stats, minion offensive stats. So item changes. Jeweler orbs now set a skill gem to have a specific number of support gem sockets, rather than adding support gem sockets to a skill gem. This means you can skip, right? This is all this means. Yeah, it doesn't add, it now sets. So you can just go straight to a perfect. We already knew this. Advanced and expert items now have distinctive names. Runes have 3 tiers. Double the drop rate of runes. You can no longer reforge 3 runes to combine something a random rune. Using the value on an item no longer causes a modifier with a value of 1 to be reduced to 0. That was a thing. I guess if it rounded down by 0.2, it would be 0.8, and then that rounds down to 0 because PoE. The base damage of all crossbows has increased. Crossbows now have 200 versions of added damage modifiers to the 100 they were using. Oh my goodness, they're using 100 versions? I mean, that's good for every crossbow user. They nerfed breach rings. And then chance for breach rings to drop has been greatly reduced. More breach nerfs this far into it. I love it. Notable passive skills in the starting areas can no longer be instilled. This does not fix an item where instill notables in the sorceress, which area could display incorrectly on the item due to the notables being different on which compared to sorceress. Huh? If the helmet wasn't nerfed, you'd absolutely take it. So I'm sad about that. I wasn't particularly happy about taking the helmets. Like, I didn't want to give up on the plus the levels I'd get on my helmet slot. Like, that's why I was at. Like, if it was like, obviously if it was still in the current state it was in, like the same helmet stats, it would be no brainer. It would not be a negotiation. It's that helmet slot is holding you hostage so long as you are a lich. You cannot not take that helmet slot. You can those 4 points would be non-negotiable, and as you might expect, that is why it was nerfed. I'm very interested in mana scaling and the Chaos Spectre, then mana recovery, arcane surge effect. So this could be very high damage if you can find a reliable wither. But how to wither with ZDPS? Will withering totem be shit now? Can add poisons and use temp chains. So my understanding of wither right now is that wither has a flat chance to apply. And this chance is affected by the damage it deals, but not in the same way ignites work. So where's Withering Touch again? Where's Withering Touch? Oh, support changes. Yeah, it's here. It now has a chance to apply based on the amount of chaos damage dealt. So the more chaos damage dealt, the higher the chance you now apply wither. But there is going to be a base chance. This is kind of interesting. I actually glossed over this earlier, but this means I think this effectively means, honestly, Eye of Winter could still be a good chaos application slot or spell, because it hits so fast that it might still apply it decently enough with Unleash. So, but you do not do any chaos damage with, you mean with Eye of Winter? You would go extraction. You'd go extraction and you would still have a chance. If it's a 1% chance, then it's not worth it. But if it's like 10%, 20%, then it's worth it. It all depends on how much damage they've set to be like the thresholds. And if it's that bad, then honestly, you just have, like, literally, you just have 2 summon specters. You have one of those poison, or those poison, or not poison, but chaos crabs from like crew 1. Actually, I think they're in Act 1 as well. In the forest zone where you kill Crowbell, there are those crabs that hit very quick and they do physical damage and chaos damage, if I remember correctly. The green crabs. So you take those crabs, they hit fast enough, you'd have one specter with that, and it's an attack. So Withering Touch, if I don't know if it still specifies attacks. I don't think it does actually, now I think about it. So you throw it on that one crab, you try to juice that crab's chaos damage, convert as much of it as possible, give it infusion, use your unholy might, everything to give it as much chaos damage as possible, because you are going to be scaling chaos damage through your other minions and yada yada. And then that guy would be there to apply Wither. It's gonna be rough early game to get Wither, 100%. You're going to only start off with 30% Wither chance. Not Wither, Unholy Might. So unless you're going like a Spectre, keep in mind Spectres aren't available until Dreadnought. It's around the Dreadnought you're going to unlock Spectres. That is, I think, where you get tier 9-ish gems. So it's going to be the Dreadnought zone that would give you the gem required. So you're not going to have Spectres until then. And before then, you're not really worried about like Ascendancy. Ascendancy comes mid-act 2. And once you have your Ascendancy, you're not far away from the point where you will have Spectres to then use those Withering Touch. To get any kind of Chaos minion build going. You can still chase with Arsonist. I don't know what minion I'd be going day one. Arsonist would be the de facto try, but like honestly, it might be a Frost Mage angle early on. I tested Frost Mages and they were pretty decent to level with last league. I don't know about this league. With all the changes they made to minions, I don't know if they're going to be decent. I don't know if snipers would be the play. By early, I mean before like 4k mana. I don't think it's going to be that bad. If you have an attack-based minion and it has, let's say Spectre, it has 40% phase that converted to chaos, you then have gain damage as chaos to gain its entire damage as 30% chaos to give it even more chaos damage. And then you give the attack-based Spectre chaos infusion to make them have 25% damage as extra chaos again. You already have pretty decent chaos damage on your minions at this point. And then there's also one very, very niche, not niche, but like what I would most likely do. Let me try to explain what my most likely league starter like go through the campaign plan is. I'll need to find a teaser or where the teaser thread is. Yeah, this guy's. I think it's this one. I don't think I fully remember these guys. Oh, this is not the thread I'm looking for. Yeah, it's not. This is not the thread I'm looking for. Where is the teaser thread? Let me find the link. Skill recap, race events, hotflix for trial. PoE 2 patch notes, tower endgame changes. There it is. Found it. So this guy. Let's mute that. Shubadi doo bap, shubadi doo bap. You see this guy? If supporter skills would gain extra damage of any other type, they gain extra cold damage instead. So you go on Holy Might, you go Embitter, and then you just keep rolling with your Frost Mages. And then as you get more damage as extra chaos, your Frost Mages are getting more damage is extra cold damage with the support gem. So this, I plan on using this scatter shots during the campaign with frost mages and going from there. That's my current plan, at least. I don't think I'm going to stick with that in the end game. I actually want to play around with chaos, but if chaos doesn't work, that's my backup plan. I'm honestly thinking of just ditching minions this league and doing some chaos spell. Let the nerds figure out Spectre, then convert mid-game. Lol. However, we are missing a true beast. The Amazon can give a huge flat damage buff from two-handed weapon to minions. I talk about huge flat damage buff. Oh yeah, I think I remember something like that. Maybe they do something with fire too, or lightning. Maybe. I mean, it's a support gem. We don't know the support gems are coming, so who knows? There's a lot of potential in ways Lich can be played, but what I do know is Lich is definitely the call. Like I'm going to be playing Lich. Maybe Infernalist still stays strong. Scepters can only roll up to +4 of all minions, so they got nerfed. But they can get up to 80% increased presence AoE. Is that the only nerf? They nerfed all max mana rolls. It's just max mana. Cut. Oh, you had this? Oh yeah, let's cut it small. So mana has been giga nerfed. Good luck to any Archmage users this league. I wish them luck. The relic modifier that causes the merchant to have additional options not only grants a single modifier. Soul Eater on monsters now grants 1% skill speed and 1% less damage taken per stack. Previously 5 and 2. Oh, that's nice. But max of 50. So they're gonna get 50% less damage taken. This is so much better. Honestly, Soul Eater won't be nearly as bad. This will be annoying, but like not nearly as obnoxious. But then again, there are other scaling axes like the wisps that could stack on this to make it kind of spicy. Bosses that need to perform certain actions to progress their fire will now become immune to damage if their life is brought significantly past the point at which the action should be used. This should have no notable effect to most players, but will prevent cases where bosses could get semi-permanently CC'd and prevent the fight from progressing. So what is this? If you just permafroze Zarok, he wouldn't do his time mechanic and you wouldn't progress, or what? Or who is this? Would this most noticeably affect? I wonder. Armor on all monsters has been reduced by 30%, so Phase kind of getting a buff there. Chrono time stop is dead. I mean, for this, it just means it's not going to stop them from phasing. So they would still phase and they wouldn't be immune to dying because of the fact that they need to phase. So I don't know. This is not the change I would say would kill Chronomancer by any means, because it just means they can't be... They're going to phase. They need to phase. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to kill them. I bet there's a lot of bosses that were supposed to phase. Maybe. I know they were using Chrono for the pinnacle boss. Whatever his name is. I don't know the name of that boss. Whatever his name is. I think it's a shame that I never got to fight that boss, I'll be honest. The price of the fragments were just... It was a situation where it was too punishing to just blind try, and that took away all the magic of wanting to even attempt it, and then it just didn't make sense to do the fight. The life of Trial Master and Zarok have been reduced, which makes sense. The following bosses no longer have armor pen. Lower the damage conversion to other elements for some skills used by Arbiter of Ash. That's the guy I was trying to remember. Arbiter of Ash now has tapering less damage taken buff for the correct amount of time. Now deals increased damage with select few abilities. Scourge of Disguise now deals increased damage on its vomit abilities. Zycluian the Chimera now deals increased damage with their leap ability. Trimaster now deals increased damage with Channel Blood Slam. So I'm guessing this is like this Scourge of the Sky. Oh no, this is that grounded bird that had the kid. That's Scourge of the Sky. Wow, this is the Chimera. So what about Spinny Max Spinnerson? They didn't talk about Spinny. Stoneclad Gorillas now deal reduced damage with their leap slams. Those guys were kind of spicy. Mighty Silverface Dodro now deals reduced damage. Radbreaker has resistance to cold and vulnerability to fire. Count Journal's 180 swipe can no longer be blocked. Higher light stun damage early with levels. Twice as much light stun damage in the end game. Jesus is Lord. Lowered max number of monsters that can be alive at once in a ritual encounter, particularly earlier in the game. Electrocute now builds up roughly 44% slower on non-players. I guess that's a decent nerf on non-minion builds, but minion builds weren't using it regardless, so like, eh. Zarok no longer targets non-players with its rewind skill. Bloated Miller shield charge can no longer be blocked. Rare monsters have been made stronger defensively and now scale far more appropriately in party play. The powerful minions modifier has been reduced in part to compensate for the above. The guaranteed magic monsters near the exit of the dreadnought will no longer respawn when you respawn at checkpoint if you have killed them. Slightly reduce the damage dealt and number of projectiles fired by Balak, Disguise, Seer's Feather Spray. This was necessary. So this is Spinny Max Spinnerson, Balak, Disguise, Seer. Ion and Fortans no longer use their tentacle grab skill. Honestly, that's for the best. I think that's that stun ability in Act 1 that will just stop you from moving, and you're just kind of sitting there like a duck waiting for damage to come in. He's an arbiter and he's supposed to do circles and shit, but he can't. Arbiter is so easy, that's what I'm saying. Makes sense now. You never fought those bosses. I bet you delete them, but now they are weaker, more available on a compensation, and as a compensation we are too. What I'm saying is, so here's the thing. I'm not saying that they haven't made the bosses weaker. I agree they've made the bosses weaker, but I'm saying they made us weaker in like so much more, that on so many different axes that scaling damage might be very difficult, especially for minion builds, because of how much we have to invest into minion survivability. Whereas the other outliers that that would have done insane damage would still do insane damage regardless. But now we get anti-quality of life with our minions dying way quicker. You still get 35 minions and nuke everything. We're not getting 35 minions until like very late into the end game. Don't forget, minions right now are very popular. They announced raid specters. Many people, even people who never play minions are talking about minions now. It's going to be very, very expensive doing anything spirit related. very expensive. So we aren't going to have like insane spirits. We're not playing Infernalist that would actually give us even more spirits. So like I get 10 in campaign and cruise. It depends on the costs. Because like one more thing to note is specters don't reduce in spirit cost per level like other minions do. So if it costs like 100 spirits, that's a flat 100 spirits with the only with the only reduction coming from this node here. If this node still exists, of course. We don't know if it does. I assume it does because I don't think it was mentioned. I guess let's search for the node. Lord of Horrors. Yeah, it wasn't mentioned, so I assume it still exists. The sub map has been renamed to Eat Out Children. From Eat Out Children to Braca the Withered Crone. She still eats children. Lol. I think this is Ignagduk. Patrolling monsters can no longer be imprisoned in essences. Incrementally improved monster behavior. You can now open the Halani gates before you advance the ascent to Power Quest to the point of being able to travel to the where. You can now advance the asset of Power Quest to the point of being able to travel to the Trial of Sekima. You now must open the Halani gates before you can advance the ascent to the So now you need to do Halani gates before you ascend. Okay. The earning passage quest now ends on entering the Ardura caravan in Act 2 rather than after speaking to Zarka and Vastiri outskirts. So you just have to go into the caravan instead of talking to Zarka is what they did. Hovering over any distance of the presence keyword will now show an indicator around your character to visualize your presence. Oh, this is very good UI. I like that. Hovering over a skill on your skill bar now displays a shortened description of the skill's behavior with a button prompt to open the skill information panel. Hovering over a skill on your skill bar now displays this of the skill's behavior. Oh, it wasn't doing that before, I remember. Minions were meta and top lane in 0.12. I don't know if they were meta. Like they were decently popular, but I wouldn't say they were meta. Compared to what all the Temporalis Flyers and Herald of Ice / Thunder gamers, they weren't meta. They were nice to play, but they weren't meta by any means. Infernus was one of the most played ascendancies, so you're off there. I mean, Infernalist was one. I said we aren't playing Infernalist here in this patch. I'm talking about this patch, not last patch. Launch Infernalist was one of the tankiest ascendancies. So of course it saw a lot of playthrough, but they weren't only minioners. They were demon mummy enjoyers. They were auto bombers using pyromantic pact. They were low life dark effigy enjoyers. There were a plethora of builds that enjoyed using the Infernalist aside minions. Like they were enough to bear minion. I would say minions were the largest shareholders, of course. But like I would say maybe minions were like maybe 60% of all Infernalists, and then 40% were like other shit. It wasn't like a 90-10 split or something. The amount of barrier invocation builds I saw last league, just because of pyromantic pact existing. All right, so we're done with patch notes. That took a while. And then we have the just missed the boat section. Added the ability to, yeah, this one. Oh, those were long ass patch notes. So for those that missed or came in later and are not sure what the changes are, just know they've changed a lot. a lot of nerfs. A lot of nerfs. You're going to be doing less damage. Your minions are going to be squishier. For minion players, for non-minion players, just know you're going to be doing less damage. If you play anything even remotely meta, it's dead. They deleted Grim Feast from the game. It's no longer in the game. Archmage Giga nerfed. Ascendancies were nerfed. They removed Recoup from Chronomancer. What else is there? They removed a lot of those very, very weird niche interactions people were doing, like 100% reduced mana cost on Infernalist, so Pyromantic Pact would never deal damage, but you could cast stuff for free. They removed that, so now you must take damage from Pyromantic Pact. Refresh the page. There's more. Wait, what? There's more? Oh shit, there's more. Overcharge support no longer causes this to have less shock duration. It now has shocks caused by subjects that are reflected back to you. But minions get to completely ignore this, right? Unless it'll be reflected back to them, in which case sucks to be them. Ingenuity has been inside. It has 20 to 30% increased bonuses from like Jesus is Lord. They nerfed it even further. So now it's only a 20 to 30% bonus from equipped left ring, equipped right ring, and then it now has +1 to 2 charm slots. And reduced charm charges. This is -20 to +20, I think. So potentially increased charm charges gained and reduce charges used. Holy shit, they nerfed it even worse than we thought. Wow. Modifiers to curse effects have been changed to instead apply to curse magnitude. Yeah, that was confusing. Modifiers to curse effects have been changed to instead apply to this. This means that they are additive with any other modifiers to the effect of the buff on the target. And now additive with okay, so this makes more sense. Curse magnitude and slow magnitude will just add to each other and then affects, and then together they will multiply the slow portion of temporal chains, assuming you have sources of curse magnitude and slow magnitude, of course. So you get less slows from temporal chains overall from these two different axes. I mean, that makes sense. So this one, I don't know if this will affect minions. I assume it will. People, including me, had this slow from Chronobot. Oh, I know, 100%. Like, I know what this is for or why this happened. I'm just saying, like, the old wording, having like this, it didn't really make sense to me. But this makes sense to me as to how it's a nerf. This was very weird wording. The multiplicative maybe that's what threw me off. I don't know. Maybe that's what threw me off. But yeah, those are the patch notes. That was a lot. That was so much. All right. At least now we know what to expect. So I have to theory craft this. Guy is still alive. Oh, he is. Interesting. I have to theory craft what it is I'm going to be playing on League starts. Honestly, I just have a very rough idea of what I'm going to play. And I know it involves Spectres from like Act 3. Yeah, it's Spectres from Act 2. Once I unlock Raise Spectre, I'm going to get my first Spectres. I'm abandoning every other minion and I'm going to try a Spectre. Now, I say this, but the reality of the situation is I'm going to try the Spectre. I'm going to see it's trash and I'm going to go back to whatever I was doing before. That is the most likely case scenario. But I will try the Spectre regardless, and I already know the Spectre. I already know the Spectre that I'm going to be trying. I think I've already mentioned it. It's, I don't know if I have gameplay footage of them, but it's going to be the chaos crabs from Crowbell Zones or Crowbell Zone. Gaz is still live because GGG cooking up more nerves. He needs to keep everything hush, but content creators will reveal all the good stuff and GGG new. I mean, can you blame them? We love finding new shit. That's content. All right, give me a second. I need to go get a drink real quick. All right, I am back. I have talked so much in the past 3 hours, Jesus, or 4 hours since I went live. No, it's his job to get minions nerfed if you think. Lol. I mean, his job is to create content, and he makes content. Oh. We spent 3 hours arguing about minion life. I honestly still don't see how you disagree with me on minion life. Like, I don't think it's entertaining gameplay having your minions die all the time. Because if minions, like, you've played PoE 1, right? Obviously. How do you like the experience of having to keep, say, zombies alive? Because I mean, I juice my T17s when I run with zombies. Like, I do T17 farming strats and whatnot. In certain modifiers, these guys are dropping like flies, even with summon phantasms. I give them slightly too much Phrecia as extra and increase minion damage and increase monster damage. My zombies are dying. And these are zombies that are already capped on early res. Here one is different. Combat is not actually possible to fight outside of directly hitting. I don't know about the attacks always being properly telegraphed. You have situations where things just do obnoxious amounts of damage. Let me see if I have a clip on my channel. Let's do this on the other monitor. Where are my clips? Is there anything from end of last year? No. Arcane didn't clip it. I'm disappointed in him. I assume he's not here. No, he's not. Okay. So there was, I was hoping there would be a clip, but basically, I was going to show a moment from my PoE2 initial playthrough. This was when I first got into maps, and I remember running into a Death Knight of Armageddon. I still remember his name to this date. Why do I remember his name? This was like a tier, I don't know what tier map this was, maybe tier 5 or tier 3 or something. Mans was a magic mob. Didn't do any special attacks or anything, just used his two-handed axe with an overhead attack that didn't look any more dangerous than any generic random hits. His one modifier being a magic monster was extra chaos damage. And this fucker one-shot me with like 4k plus effective hit pool, capped res, and no damage modifiers on the map. One-shot me. And when I say effective hit pool, I mean I was stacking life, so I had like 3k life. I had like at least like 25 to 3k life, and then I had like 4k. I had like 1,500 to like 2k ES at the time, something like along those lines, and I was like full ES. One shot. It was genuinely one hit. This was in maps. You get dodge roll and so on. Yeah, you get dodge roll. Your minions aren't dodge rolling. That's the difference. Your minions aren't dodge rolling. Your minions are playing PoE1. Your minions are seeing an enemy and they are running straight at it to attack as quickly as they can. Telegraphed or not, that's what that's what your minions are doing. I don't even think you want to min-max your minions to move left and move right and move there and move there. I don't think you want to dodge and tell your minions to dodge as well. Put life on them. I mean, you can put life on them, but then how much damage are you going to be doing? Do you want, as a minion build, a Giga fully juiced minion build? Do you want to do a boss that takes a regular build a minute? Do you want to do it in 5 minutes because you had to put so many points into your minion defenses so they don't die? Would that feel fun? You want to dodge and command them to dodge, and you want to have a okay. Telling you if I were okay. I guess we both want different things in that case. One minute is kill before it can hit you. Keep in mind, I'm not talking about Chronomancer here. I'm not talking about like giga juicing debuffs and whatnot to make it so they are moving or something. I'm saying like just 5 minutes of regular fighting where it takes your giga juice minion build. So that is the peak of your power. Whereas the peak of someone else's power or the average non-minion player is like killing it in like a fifth of the time. because you had to scale as much minion defenses as you could to actually make them survive sometimes. Not permanently alive, just survive sometimes. If it takes spark again, you're going from an extreme to another extreme. It doesn't have to take 15 seconds to kill. I'm not saying it should take 15 seconds to kill, but I'm saying if you have giga juice your character, you shouldn't be spending 5 minutes to kill an enemy, especially when balance is supposed to be a thing and non-minion builds are doing it in X amount of time, and it's like a fifth of the time you're spending on it because you're spending into like stats like minion defenses that is not increasing your, it's not making you tankier, it's not making you do more damage, but it's important to make sure they don't always just die. I'm not saying I don't want any amount of minion defenses. I want minion defensive scaling to matter, and I think minion defensive nodes need buffs. I think right now they're too split up and they need way too much investment to get them to a viable state. That is my opinion on this current state of the skill tree when it comes to minion defenses. I don't think there should be a 20% cold res node here and a 20% lightning res node, and it should take you a total of 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 points just to get 40% of all of your reses on just one tree. And then if you were to try to get even more res, you'd have to like go, I think each of these nodes should give slightly more, so you have to spend less collective points. I'm fine with their position, I just think they need to give more, so you have to spend less collective points investing into them. Exactly, but your arbiter fight will be more meaningful now because you have to invest more. Aren't you contradicting yourself? Because the only thing you'd be investing into is doing the same thing faster. Like, I'm confused. It's kind of the same thing. You want to do Uber Arbiter quicker. That's why you're investing into the character. I think if you invest enough into a character, you should have that ARPG experience of you just blew this person up. This fight that used to take you 2 minutes is now taking you 30 seconds. I'm a believer in that journey. I'm not saying the journey should be short. I'm not saying it should be easy, but I'm a believer that that journey that is an outcome that should be possible. And if you have to spend so much on minion defenses, then I mean the upper end of your damage is already limited, because just this is how many. I'm going to remove the non-res I'm going to remove the non-essential non-res nodes. This is what your skill tree looks like to cap res and get 57% PDR on minions. This is how much investment. This is 76 points worth of investment just to get res. Just to get yourself to cap chaos and res on all your minions. You haven't touched a single block node. You haven't touched a single damage node. Well, not a single damage node. You have a few damage nodes here, but not nearly enough damage nodes. 76 points. You haven't touched your own survivability. You have barely touched your minions' damage. And this is just to cap their res. I didn't say I want the game to be easy. I don't know where you got that from. So before, it didn't matter so long as I said ES and minion damage. I mean, that was not the case. I never said I wanted the game to be easy. I just said I don't want my minions dying every. I would rather have a situation where I am fighting and my minions are staying alive to do DPS and it takes me a minute to kill the boss than it takes me a minute to the same amount of time to kill the same boss. But instead of my minions doing constant DPS, they are dying all the time. It's the same 1 minute 60 seconds time frame, but in one example, I say I want my minions alive to be DPSing. Whereas in the second example, they are dying because they are squishier, but we achieve the same time. I never once said I want the game to be easier or harder. That's not what I said. I also what I said was, when it came to difficulty, is just making it take longer to get to your goals, i.e., artificially increasing the difficulty by just, I don't know, like what Torchlight and Diablo seem to be doing is a bad way to increase player playtime. That's what I said. Making the journey take longer by just giving less loot, as an example, is bad design, in my opinion. It takes you longer, sure. Is it more difficult? Sure, you can see it as more difficult, but I just see it as unnecessary. I just see it as wasting time. You haven't actually added any content for us to engage with. You're just artificially increasing playtime. That is bad design. I'm not saying that's what GGG is doing. I'm not saying that's what PoE is doing here. What I'm saying is, if that is the sole change, it is bad design. Now, with 20 to 30 points being survival, where you will get the rest of damage, I mean, we need interesting mechanics to actually be good. It means now you have to focus more on min-maxing and more interesting mechanics instead of ES damage and more multipliers. I would show my previous builds, but like they aren't even on POB because POB didn't exist then. All I'm going to say is, me and you disagree on, I guess, the state the game currently was in. I'm not saying I don't want to invest in minion defenses. I'm not saying I do not like the fact that they want us to invest in minion defenses. I'm saying I do not see spending this amount of investment into defenses that are not your own, and then still having your minions die on top of this is good design. If I invest this much into minion defenses, do you know what I want? I don't want my minions to die. I don't think if I spend 76 points into traveling and getting all these minion defense nodes, that I don't want them to die. So if they still die on top of that in my opinion is problematic. You can do the game with arsonists with the wrong passes as well as win. I think there's also one very big misconception you have right now. And that is that I can't still do what I want. If I do not want to invest in minion defenses and I want to go Giga Ham on the offenses, do you know what I would do? Do you actually know what I would do? 16 points. Right? Hear me out. 16 points, right? We come here. We get minions revive 24 points. And then all I have to do is sacrifice 1 gem socket for last gasp. Everything is solved. I don't need to touch clerics. I don't need to touch any supporting minions. All I need to do is spend 24 points, last gasp, profit. Giga, only scale my defense and damage past here. And odds are I will end up at more DPS by sacrificing that one gem socket than I will going around and spending all and branching out. What's the problem? I don't think that is fun. What's it called? Fun build management, I guess. I don't know. I don't find that interesting. There's no problem to be solved. I want there to be a minion defense problem. I want it to be solvable within reason, within reasonable investment. So nerf last gas, lol. Like this is honestly how I see most minion builds playing next league. If you only have the one minion, or you only need one minion, give it last gasp and give it max revive, call it a day. Like genuinely, what all that invest, all that, no, you just ignore it. I want there to be a challenge when it comes to figuring out minion defenses and all of that. I'm not saying I don't want, I want that, but what I think is this tree takes too much investment to get to reasonable minion defenses. Spending 76 points just to cap your minions res is excessive, and I don't know how you can see 76 points out of 123 and not think the same. Without touching a single node for damage, without touching a single node for your defenses, we haven't touched your defenses yet, my guy. You need to survive. If you die, the map is done. If you're running T16s, you only have one revive. If you die, the map is done. You're next to those. Okay, let me just put some damage here. I haven't made any actual decisions yet. I'm just going ES and block. Let's assume it's not an attack spect. Let's assume it's not an attack minion. It probably is, and you probably need this, but let's assume not. We're level 94. At this point, we have okay investment into ES. How much damage do we have? Not that much. How many jewel sockets do we have? We have 1, 2, 3. And out of these 3, they're moving a lot of jewel sockets. So I assume at least every other jewel socket is gone. So like I assume this one is gone. I assume this one is gone. So maybe we have 1 jewel socket in the new tree. I don't know how it's actually going to work. We just know they're deleting it. You go to Chaos Rest to get a reservation. You go to the Chaos Rest to get a reservation. You mean here? I mean, you still have to path all the way here. You have these circle jewels with 30% effect. So yeah, but that's 2. Now, with more time lost or whatever, do you mean against the darkness like here? Because like, if you're talking about away against the darkness, they reduce the AoE of against the darkness to medium. So it's not going to cover as much area. Oh yeah, I forgot about this guy. And how can I forget about this one too? Do you know how long it takes you to get to level 98? We haven't let me actually put a, I don't know what, I'll put a random what's the name of that spirit shield? Oaksworn. We have 54% block chance. Now with this setup, I mean, the red jewel with 30% effect of small passives. Wasn't that just a regular time loss jewel? Is it timeless or time loss radius? You have to get like at least upgrades to large, and then oh, there are no diamonds. Let's see sapphire. This one, right? You mean this one? This one would be decent value. That solves your survival and you get DPS too when previously I never grabbed those damage points. You mean you never grabbed these guys? Why would you not take these guys? I always took them. Oh, I forgot there was one phase as extra as chaos here. I always take this because crit was always good. I mean, I don't think Adorned is the play because we Adorned. You want to min max your number of juice sockets you have, and if you're spending this much into your small passives, you probably don't want to do that. That said, I mean, I know we're still not capped on minion PDR. Adorned is the play. I don't know that it is. They made jewel sockets less common, so we don't know the state of jewel sockets, so we have less jewel sockets. Now, on top of having less jewel sockets, we still have the obvious jewel sockets we need, i.e., if you're trying to get spirit, you might be going for grand spectrums. That is not affected by Adorned. You might want to go what else is there? Jewel sockets. You have less jewel sockets. You might want to go unique jewels +3 to level, grand spectrums, none of which are affected. Your timeless jewel, you would have to get in magic with this. I mean, that's fine. You get more effects, but then you're only boosting like 2, maybe 1 extra. It's additive with the liches, phylactery. So instead of 100% bonus, you're getting like if you Adorned, instead of 100%, I'm saying instead of like let's say 70% increased effects, you'd be getting. Did Adorned get changed, by the way? No, it didn't. All right. And this is magic, right? Yeah. So instead of that, you'd have to put. Where is the lich? So instead of getting 100% increased effect of a rare here, you would then have to put like a magic here. So maybe have the Adorned work on it if it works. Because I think they said they aren't sure if it's going to work or not. So let's say one jewel, 2 jewels, Adorned takes a jewel spot, +3 takes a jewel spot. You're only getting like 2 jewels worth of value for the Adorned. You wouldn't focus purely on jewel slots, but you can get minion. You would not. Don't forget, adorned requires you to be magic, so you're only getting one modifier, one prefix, one suffix on it. You're not going to get minion res if you're only getting one prefix, one suffix. It's not happening. And I really don't think adorned is a play just to boost like 2 jewels. Because realistically, I don't think you have, like, right now in this setup, we have 4 jewel sockets. If you add the ascendancy, that'll be 5. But I guess if you have 4/5, and let's say one of these jewel sockets is getting removed because of the removing 12, that puts us at 3. Or that puts us as 4 if you count the ascendancy. Adorn takes 1. That means 3 left to actually benefit from the adorned. Out of the 3, one of them already has increased effects. So adding another 100% or adding like a 70% increased effect has way less value on that one, because instead of doubling that 1 jewel to become 2 for a rare that can give you 4 modifiers, you would then put in magic so you can gain 70% increase on top of that. It's not worth it. So for the ascendancy, you would still go for a rare so you get 4 modifiers boosted. So -1. So that means your adorn will only boost 2 jewel sockets. And at that point, is it worth it? You haven't talked about your +3 gem sockets, which you would want your +3 minion gem if you're really juicing that minion. You would want, I mean, grand spectrums, you would want that, but like if you don't get it, it is what it is. But my point remains, I don't think adorn is a play. This time loss might be the play with the increased effect, but I think that's about it. And this is with large. If you don't get large, which large is also on the expensive side, if you get like a medium, then okay, medium still works for here, so at least there's that. Yeah, at least medium still work. So there's that going on for us. Smalls wouldn't work though. Like not having this node, that wouldn't work. It cuts here off, cuts this off. I guess it's still decent. But where will you get your survival? Jules can give ES recharge and shit. Yes. Yes, they can. Yeah, it can give you giga like max ES, it can give you ES recharge, it can give you like faster start of recharge. Very powerful. So I don't see you using the ascendancy jewel sockets for a magic jewel. Now you use like 1 or 2 for minion survival and the rest on attack, cast, and ES or something. That's assuming you have as many jewels. Like that means you have to go out of your way to hunt for jewel sockets, but we don't have the points to do that. We'd have to start sacrificing said points that we spent going for copious amounts of minion defenses to then go for said jewel sockets. Yo, I don't skills the magic time loss no, they fixed that bug a long time ago. It's not multiplicative. They fixed it like the week after Captain Last made his video. That went a long time ago. It's additive now. No, it's multiplicative now. It used to be additive. before it would give you 100 and something increase effect of small passives, which was not the way it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be multiplicative. Whereas, so this 30% will become 60 if you had the perfect adorned. It was the reverse. The bug was that it was multiplicative, was that it was additive, and then they fixed it to be multiplicative like it should have been in the first place. But yeah, that got fixed a long time ago. Oh, Ghazi is done. Okay. I think that despite eating as many nerfs as we've eaten, we'll survive. Like, I'm not gonna say this is going to be what we do or that, Armor could very well be the play, or it could very well not be the play. We don't know.
Surely you've moved a couple lines since then, right? No,
What do you mean? Oh, I'm done. I finished.
Did
I'm
you
done
see
with
the
patch notes.
minus levels they added to you guys?
What do you mean by minus levels? You mean like on the scepter?
The minion. Yeah, like you have minus. Like you're now +4 instead of 5.
I saw.
Thoughts? Like TLDR before I have to go.
For the patch notes?
TLDR of the your thoughts of your thoughts. The TLDR of your thoughts, and then we'll have a more detailed convo tomorrow or something.
For patch notes,
yes, sir.
I'm very against the minion life change. Very vehemently against it.
You said that for a while, vehemently.
I'm vehemently against the minion life nerf. For the damage, we got nerfed on so many different axes that I don't know what our damage is going to look like. We are getting less damage with our levels. We're getting less damage with skill tree because we have to invest more into defenses. We're getting less damage on likely maybe support gems. We're getting we're getting less damage from our scepter as well because less levels coming from there. We're just getting less damage everywhere. So I can't really comment on the damage because I don't know what it's going to look like, especially with the new boss lives and whatnot. We don't know how it's going to look like. Well, my opinion is that minion life change is the worst thing they could have done. In the current state where even on League Start we were having issues with like minions spawn dying. They decided to make it even worse. I'm very against it.
So when I read that, right, I wasn't sure if it was a misunderstanding from them, because I wasn't sure if they were basically trying to say something else, like they're basically trying to say, "Oh, guys, sorry, we want I was curious if they were basically trying to, because remember they said the Spectre changes.
They said some mechanics killed minions unnecessarily, and they will need to work on those mechanics. But overall, minions were fine. I think
how they calculate spirit cost of specters is based on that something coefficient.
Yeah,
XP coefficient. But they said they basically balanced that with gem levels, but because of that, they had to like reduce lives and stuff. So I took that as because of that.
I don't think they said
a bunch of things.
I don't think it's even based on gem level, because I think they said I think it was like, what do you call it? Because they say spirit doesn't scale, spirit cost doesn't scale. So I don't think they said it was scaled with like gem levels, but it was basically they balanced it around how much experience and like the multiplier there that would have happened if you like were to kill said monster at, I don't know, Basically, it's a hidden value. Is a TLDR.
Yeah.
It's okay. He will next stream Dark Souls after he gets it. Lol. Remember, you're exiled to a horror land filled with corruption and demons. I mean, like I said, the I'm fine. They can nerf out damage all they want, like it's okay, but like the survivability aspect, especially early game when we have no points to even spend on said. Because like I was showing cards just how excessive it would have been if all you're doing is scaling minion defenses with how many nodes you would have to go to cap all their resistances. And I think we spent like 70 something points traveling to get all the minion defense nodes that were required. And I mean, he made the argument that they are beside damage nodes, which is fair, but like at the same time, you spent 76 points, you haven't touched your own defenses. That's way more than half of the points you have to spend. You haven't touched your defenses with a single point.
That's crazy.
And you haven't spent points on damage yet. So even if they are beside, you still have to spend extra points to get them and still work on your defenses. You've not started working about layers of defenses that you need because you're going to need block, you're going to need regen, you're going to need all these things. You've not spent on that. Just minion defense to cap their res. Like, because I think for me, I'm fine with having to solve minion defenses. I don't mind having to solve it. I actually like the challenge because realistically, I also showed him the other case scenario, which is more likely to be meta, and that is you see those 76 points we just mentioned, drop everything, pick up minion revive, and then use one minion as DPS, and that one minion you're going to drop one support gem and use last gasp, and you have solved it. You don't care about anything else. You just socket last gasp and win.
So many skills also went to having like giga cooldowns too. Like, look what they did to Hex Blast, bro. They literally just said we don't want you to ever click this skill twice in a row. It's over.
Wait, they changed what? Let me see. Hex Blast. Where is it?
Bro, Hex Blast got that freaking triple tap.
Jesus. Hex Blast can now only detonate curses for which at least 50% of the duration has expired. This means it can never explode curses that have infinite duration. Curse orbs will be visually different when 50% of the curse duration has expired if you have a Hex Blast equipped. The explosion radius of Hex Blast has been increased to 2 meters and it now has a max of 3 explosions per cast.
Previously 9.
Wow. Hex Blast damage has been lowered by roughly 17% at all levels. Radius has been reduced to 1.2. 07 Hex Blast came as 07.
It's over. It's over, man. I mean, I think they don't want it to be a main skill. That's just what this means, right? They want it to be something people. The thing is,
No,
like, what build are you doing?
I think
like, oh yeah, I've been blasting.
I think they just want.
Time to fit head blocks in.
I think they would genuinely want you to just go Titan and go less duration.
Oh, Division.
That would work, wouldn't it? You cast one spell. It has giga less duration, so like it's already like it spends less than half a second. It's done with half of its duration and it explodes.
Spark, my brother Spark, from 6 to 14 Proj, 4 to 9.
Let me see Spark. I didn't even look at Spark. Where's Spark? Let's see these guys. 4 to 9 from 6 to 14.
Look what they did to the change of quality.
And no longer has proj speed. It now fires extra projectiles.
Now look at the quality change.
I saw it. No longer wait. It now provides increased speed instead of projectiles.
Yes. Because increased speed is trash. You still have the support for increased speed.
Mm-hmm.
That's over, man. Lightning conduit. That's over.
07.
Eldritch battery mana cost. It's over. My dude, man.
Yo, these patch notes are insane. Is all I can say.
Everyone was begging for these dudes. We were begging, begging, begging. Now look at us. Look at all of us. Ingenuity.
Yo, did you see the revised nerf on Ingenuity?
Yeah, I did. I did.
It basically now gives 20 to 30% increased effects on left ring, 20 to 30 on right ring, and then it has +1 to 2 charm slots and increased charm charges gained and reduced charm charges used. You saw it, right?
Yeah, so Ingenuity is dead, bro.
From
It's not
80% to 30. They didn't even half it, my guy. It wasn't even half.
I feel like for certain setups, it might help you reach your breakpoints you need, but like it's definitely.
And then they took all the mana roll ranges and said, oh yeah, let's just cut the T1, just remove the T1 real quick. This one, remove T1. No more T1 for them, just remove that one as well. Oh, increase mana, let's just remove that T1 and T2 as well. Let's just keep it that's let's keep it within reason. They also remove mana from like Morio Invictus. No more mana for you, no more life for you.
When I was saying it was me literally just seeing all the mods from Morio being removed. I'm like, no mana, no life, no attributes, what the, and then I said included random mods. Which random mods? Increase gold gained per soul core? Is that what the fuck we're gonna see? Is that what the fuck we're gonna see on Flame Blast? Literally, fucking GG shotgun. They gave Flame Blast a 15-second cooldown. Who was using it? I ran that shit day one, and I really had the clown emoji on my face.
They added a new gem tag called Conditional. This type denotes a skill which cannot be used unless a given condition is met. Combo is one example of this. Interesting.
Someone said, who the hell looked at Blood Mage and thought the first ascendancy points you spend are perfectly fine and fun, and then gave it 2 more points? Then someone replied, don't worry, they're actively working towards making sure the other ascendancies are also done.
They're bringing them in line to division.
We were literally saying, yo, Blood Mage is gonna be alive finally. Freaking Chayula monks. Nothing changes in their lives. Now the one thing they were good for, they can't
Oh, you wanted to know hit Sancto? Oh yeah, let's see how you did now.
Yes, +1 more darkness. Jesus Christ, man.
Ingenuity is stupid too. Your rings made you immortal with mana recovery. I mean, old Ingenuity was very strong, right? It was going to. We always knew it was going to get gutted, but like, yeah, I didn't think they're going to gut it and like spread its intestines all over the ground and for the public to admire.
It's insane to look at all this and just be like, I'm on Huntress and Lich are actually looking good. Because you actually have. Actually, that being said, Lich is not.
You know they nerfed the helmet, right?
I mean, they have the helmet, they have the tree, they nerfed all these sources of bypass. Yeah,
I mean,
I mean, as soon as I brought it up, it wasn't even a conversation.
Yeah, like Lich wants to scale mana, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you want to scale mana, B? Oh yeah, now let's see." Eldritch Battery, try it.
I feel like a lot of devs in ARPGs say, "Hey, this is going to be a very different league. It's really important that this is going to be different." But we log in and it's like 10% different. But this is like, we're not going to play the same game we played last time.
That's what they said.
We are different. And I don't know, maybe that's fun.
You find an exalt and you feel like a divine now. I mean, that's one way to make the game more difficult, I guess. Dude, did you see what they did to Mahuzoto? Did you see what they did to Mahuzoto?
Wait, I read it, but I don't remember seeing anything too crazy. What was it?
Read it.
Wait.
Are you
All
just
right.
not
So
processing what they did to the shield?
wait. What? So first
Remember,
of all, it's not gonna be bugged and count every soul core.
it's
Now
not.
it's only gonna count, and now it's 100%. But you then get the everlasting sacrifice, which is just dog
We
shit.
don't know what everlasting sacrifice even is in the context of PoE2 to
Uh,
begin with.
I'm just gonna assume it does the same thing,
If it does the same thing, then it's constantly eating your ES.
which is dog shit. Yeah, that's what I said.
Remember that when I mentioned about Hozoto's nerf, you're like, nah, they are going to fix the bug. It'll be fine. Dude,
Yeah, that's why I kind
from
of think there's a bit of a disconnect here.
from
I get it
six
that they really they kept
from
saying they wanted to
six
cut off the top.
hundred percent to 100.
Well, they said they wanted to cut off the top people at the top end, right? And that's fine. But like, why now? If you're
How
getting my
much of a
Hozoto
nerf
drop
was
from
that?
Drow Master, it's not nerf, it's destroyed.
How do you calculate this again? Six is like divided by no. Well, how do you calculate this? I can brute force my way into figuring it out, but I don't wanna. It is 15% of its initial value. So is that
Apparently, Spirit's
85%?
increase on Scepter was a bug.
Is that 85% that nerf?
Did you know that the Spirit's increase on Scepter was a bug?
What do you mean by spirit increase on Scepter?
I don't know. As Zizaran tweeted, was surprised about Spirit's increase on a Scepter being a bug, though.
Scepters, 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 scepters.
It's over. Oh, by the way, the discipline from the Scepters, you get it now. That's kind of cool.
Fix a bug where the sacred flame unique scepter which says enemies in your presence resist elemental damage based on their lowest resistance aura affected the player instead of enemies. So you would use this scepter and literally just have a cloud face emoji.
Oh, yeah, it says so, right? Because fix the bug where quality on Scepters multiplied the amount of Spirit they granted instead of granting quality to the skill.
Oh,
So you
that?
literally just get less. You just get
Oh,
less
that was a
Spirit.
bug.
Yeah.
Hoo-hoo.
Honestly, before I leave, the most insane one was when they removed that Twink shield. That minion Twink shield from having spirits.
Wait, they did what?
That's
Oaksworn.
gone.
Oaksworn, where are you
Right before I
at?
leave. Let's go.
Oaksworn no longer provides 50 spirit.
You want a regen life? You said you wanted life buffs. There you go. 50% increase life regen. I saw, and that's right after freaking Morio Invictus. Imagine reading that after Morio Invictus. You literally just like, you destroyed the top end, you destroyed a Twink bottom level unique. What do you want from us? It's over.
To be fair, it was bullshit. Like, it's a twink unique. It's not something most endgame builds weren't using it because it just wasn't that strong. You would use it when you were leveling a new character to just boost. You wouldn't typically have it at level 20. All right, good night.
See the bar.
All right. It's not something you would deterministically get at level 20. It was, in my opinion, it wasn't bullshit. I don't think that's stupid. I think twinking is a staple in ARPGs. And I think it should be, that's like saying what's the name? Servitude. Oh god, what is the name of that fucking belt? Do, 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 do. I didn't put a belt. That's like saying string of servitude is bullshit because you can cap your raise by Act 1 with one item. Or tabula rasa is bullshit because it gives you 6 links. But it's one exalt. Exactly, it's a twink unique and it's just common. Like, should it have... If your argument is it should have been rarer, sure. You can make that argument. But I don't think it was an OP shield. I don't think it was something that... Twink gear costing less in value than campaign gear is ridiculous. Have you seen the price of a tabula rasa? Tabula costs like 10C once the league is in full swing. Have you seen the price of seed he breads? This guy? It's always dirt cheap. That's a proper minion twink unique right there. What else is it? What else are 10 chaos in campaign first time is so much. Are you you realize this wasn't one exalt on day one, right? This was one exalt well into the league. And I think that's, I mean, one exalt is fine. Like, honestly, is your argument that it should be rarer? Because if your argument is rarity, that's fine. It could be rarer. That's a fair take. But if your argument is that it was too strong, I disagree. It wasn't too strong. It was a good twink unique. We can debate rarity or if it should have been rarer. If it was rarer, it would have been more expensive. We can do all of that. That's fair. That's fine. But like, I don't think it deserved to be nerfed. I don't think they should have taken away the spirits. I think it's too common and cheap. You see, that's a different conversation. They didn't nerf its rarity though. They nerfed the shield. It doesn't exist anymore. You're not going to play with this. Who cares about increased life regen? Like, who cares about that? No one. You shouldn't have to buy 30 of them after doing Act 2 trial when you join mid-league. That is still just an argument of rarity, and should it have been rarer? Maybe. Like, do I think it should have been rarer? I honestly have no opinion of it. It's a twink unique, and twink uniques being one exalt, I have no real issue with them. If that is going to be what, if you're starting when it's one C1 exalt, one whatever, I think that's fine. You still need to upgrade out of it regardless. Ghostwrite, yeah, I mean, Ghostwrite was done. It's conversion, so it's only 25%, and if you corrupt it, I guess 25 would go to what? 10% is 2.5, so like you get plus 5, maybe 31% ish extra conversion for your entire chess piece slots. Meh. Even mid-league 10 chaos is a lot in campaign on first playthrough. Yeah, but it doesn't give you the same power that Tabula Rasa gives you. Tabula gives you a 6 link. This gives you 50 spirits. If anything, the chess piece was a bigger offender because it gave you 100 spirits straight off the bat. And it just says, oh, your int doesn't give you mana. Chaos res and high block chance. I mean, if you're fishing for high rolls, the price goes up. if you just want the shield for the spirits, you get the shield for the spirits. But like, I would say the chest, I would say the chest piece was a bigger offender. I mean, you could buy rare shields that did just as much with block and had res for cheaper. Campaign gear was very cheap. Like mid league gear was just very cheap. If you wanted one res and you wanted block, you could get that for a chaos or two, or an exalt or two rather. But yeah, Oaksworn gone. That is quite a shame. Let's see effects. I'm kind of curious about something. I still think it's insane what they did to Mahuzoto. Like why they chose to do that is insane to me. Did they nerf the time lost Joe node? That's kind of what I'm looking for. Okay, we're going to end stream soon. Chaos Res is more important than you ever get in campaign. They're good. They're both good and should exist, but they're not supposed to be something you would ignore looting. Because look at how much 600% increased effect of 6% mana is. I agree it was very strong. But you were going from having a shield that had like increased block chance, triple res, life or ES or whatever else you wanted, to something that only gave you modifiers on runes / soul cores. Now, again, should it have been nerfed? Yes. I don't think going from 600%, I don't think it should, giving it a what was it, an 85% less modifier is the play. I'm sorry, I don't think that's the solution. If you cut it in half, you know, I think it would still be a bit harsh. But like, look at this. Let's say sockets. By the way, the increased effect of it's 2 mana. So you're getting 600% increased effect of 2 mana, not 6. But you could corrupt the way it gets out of hand is because you can have like, it was a shield, so you'd have it'd have like 2 sockets. They didn't have a modifier that gave it sockets. I'm pretty sure it had a modifier that gave it sockets. So you had like 2 socket base, and then you'd fracture it to 3. You could corrupt it to get 3 sockets. 6 is 3 cores. Yeah, exactly that. 600% increase effect. It was strong. I'm not saying it wasn't strong. Like for what you wanted, it was very strong, and I think it should have been nerfed. I just don't think 85%. I think that's too heavy-handed. Personally, I think cutting it in half would have been okay. It was like 300 rarity on the shield, but that's the thing. It was either or. It was like one or the other. And if you were to go the rarity route, you are getting literally nothing else except maybe block from your shield. Now it gives 100%. There's no, I don't think that I can't think of a single person that would want to use the Mahuzoto. That's like saying, okay, I'm going to use my shield instead of having a shield slot. I want to have 6 soul core sockets. You only had to wear that, and all of that gear didn't need to be rarity. I mean, didn't they already say they want to reduce the effect of rarity? So they don't even want you to have to stack that much rarity to begin with. Like just straight up, they don't want you to have that amount of rarity, or they don't want you to have. They don't want you to feel the need to have that much rarity, and they want, if you have that much rarity, for it to just not matter, more or less. 100% whenever, exactly. So like you didn't need that much rarity. You won't get 100% now, which is necessary. I mean, you would still get some rarity. You still want to get something because it's like very diminishing returns, but that just means like early on, it's still impactful. But yeah, patch notes. These patch notes were rough. The minion, I'm still very against the minion life nerfs. I think minions were already squishy enough last season. Making them squishier is not the play. So I don't know about that one. Everything else, I mean, I can't really comment on the state of the game because I mean I don't know the state of the game. We have to play to figure out what the state of the game is, but I don't see a universe where nerfing, not like, the one thing I am sure about is the minion life thing is just, it's whatever. I'm very against it. Minion damage nerfs, I mean, they nerfs damage of everything. They want the damage requirements to be lower. They want us to do less damage. That's fine. I don't care too much. But the life, unless they also want to nerf like monster damage, then sure. But like they didn't say anything about nerfing monster damage, so it's whatever. You know, it's a good time to play Amazon, branch out from demons, or play Forge Master and get 90 mattress for free. I already branched out from minions. Like my last two PoE2 builds were totems. I played Dark Effigy, Archmage totem, and I played Hoa, Artillery Ballista, OG Sin, totems, of course, Ballista. So I already branched out and I had fun on them. I didn't make build guides on them. I made build guide on the Dark Effigy, but not Dark Artillery Ballista. But yeah, I am also considering Forge Master, but I'm not entirely sure if I feel like I'll get tired of animate weapon summoning playstyle. That's my one gripe with Forge Master. I don't know how well I can tolerate the animate weapon playstyle, especially if the duration is on the shorter side. But it's something that I might be open to. It's probably going to be my second build just to try it out, and if I don't like it, I don't like it. Rares used to give modifiers to other rares on death. What do you mean by rares used to give modifiers to other rares? Do you mean like their minions? And there's less rare modifiers on Atlas and passives, less breach monsters, etc. I mean, breach is a bad example. Breach got absolutely gutted on so many axes that I don't even know if it's a functioning mechanic at this point. Ritual, yes, ritual is valid, but remember, at least for me, when I played ritual, the things that were killing me or killing my minions in ritual is not the monsters all that much. It was the ritual having tornado as an example, and the tornado scaling with map modifiers to get giga damage or damage as extra chaos or whatever else, and just absolutely murdering my minions the moment and just like doing very high amount of like chip damage to my minions consistently. So ritual is, I mean, there's less monsters, so they'll be taking less damage overall, but there's still the whole tornado. There's still like the glowing orbs that deal damage. Like there's still things that the ritual does that will still DPS your minions in tight spaces, and ritual is still not perfect. It's probably still not going to spawn on perfect circles, so it's not like they have the space to like spread out and all of that shit. And those kind of situations with minions is, unless your minions are constantly recovering life, i.e. clerics are, you know, working overtime and they can actually sustain the healing to keep them from dying, they're just going to die to attrition. And once they start dying, they're going to keep dying until you run out, because this is ritual. They're all going to keep, like, you're not going to have a 4 second period where there are minions alive and they don't just keep dying. So you're just going to keep having things die and die and die, and you just end up spending like this annoying amount of time in said ritual without any minions whatsoever, and that is not fun. But hey, again, I think that one is like, I don't think that's fun. But yeah, overall thoughts on the patch notes, it's gonna be something when we log in on Friday. It doesn't really change my league start plans, because I don't plan on planning an in-depth build, because we still don't know what the skill tree is going to look like. I plan on just what do you call it? I plan on just winging it on day one and getting as far as I can. Basically, I am going to be going Lich, and what else? I'm going Lich. I'm still gonna go mana stacking on Holy Might. I am also considering Forge Master, but until we see numbers on Animate Weapon, I don't think I'm going to touch that. Anyways, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate y'all. Kat, thanks for I guess the debate. I'm gonna be back to. I should be back tomorrow. I am considering taking tomorrow without streaming because of the long hours I will stream on Friday, but I'm not entirely sure if I will stream or not. But I'm 50-50 right now. I might do a short stream. I might not. I might take it off. I might stream. I don't know yet. But if I'm live tomorrow, then I've decided to stream. And if I'm not, then I will be back on Friday much earlier, because I'll be live like maybe an hour before before launch, basically. Basically, I think my plan for Friday is once I'm able to queue up, I should be preparing to go live, something like that. Good night, Kat, and everyone else. Good night. See you on either Thursday or Friday.